Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're James and the Games. Happy Sunday, folks. Hey, Cedric. And indeed she shall. We're playing the Colonel's Bequest, 5th session, 2nd playthrough, because this is very much a do it once and then do it again with your knowledge of what happens and see if you can accomplish more or learn more kind of game. We're on the 2nd go through, and at the very end last time, I figured out a time, because I'm being meticulous, for every 15-minute increment of time in the game. I'm pouring across the manor and the grounds. I discovered a time when the Colonel's not in his room, but his elevator is there. But I could only take the elevator to the main floor and back to his bedroom. Not interesting. If I try to take it to the basement or to the attic, it says, hey, it won't. The controls won't budge. If you look at the controls, you can see there's a key. Obviously, there's a key. Obviously, finding the key is part of the game. And then I said, oh, well, hopefully an opportunity comes up where I find the key, and then there's another opportunity with the elevator. And then I shut down. And then it didn't take long after I shut down for me to be like, wait a minute, why am I not searching the Colonel's room? And I think part of the reason it didn't occur to me was because I'd already had the thought there's at least one point in the game where the Colonel's wheelchair is left unattended because he is not as wheelchair bound as he might purport to be. And I thought maybe that's where he hides the key. But it could also be anywhere else in his room. So that's how we're going to kick off today. As I fire up the GOG Galaxy app, we're going to dive in to the Colonel's Bequest, and we're going to see if we can find that key somewhere in his room. Or something else in his room. Perhaps a signed confession that says, for some weird reason, I'm the one killing everybody. I don't think that's the case. Not only is there plenty of evidence already in the game, like Rudy was one of my prime suspects before I finished playing the first time. Oh, gotta get my spreadsheet of notes open. Got it. I already suspected him, but then also, just narrative logic is that at the end of the game, when Rudy and the Colonel are fighting and Laura comes across them, if you just let it happen, Rudy kills the Colonel and then says, sexy photographs of them, but they're like with a late 19th century camera, so they're both scowling and trying to hold perfectly still in an erotic pose. If you do nothing, Rudy kills the Colonel and then tells Laura, oh, the Colonel was the one killing everybody. That alone kind of suggests, when you take action, you stop Rudy, and he's probably the bad guy. Okay, copy protection. Got my PDF of fingerprints over here, and I'm searching for it. No, not quite. Nope. Yes. Dr. Wilbur C. Fields. Or Dr. Fields for short. Curtain is about to go up. Oh, damn it, I said no. Which turns out not to matter. You can skip the entire intro with a single click anyways. Skip past this dialogue with our flapper friend Lillian. And then, I believe, this is where I want to go back to. 9:45 Revisited. Get my trusty portable remote numpad. This time, I've disengaged the numlock proactively. We got Laura walking a little faster. I'll slow her down to normal speed if I get something exciting going on. But for prowling the grounds, we're turning it up a bit. The Colonel is out of his room. Look around. This elegant room must be the Colonel's. You notice there's an elevator here. All right. Look in the armoire. There's nothing of interest in the armoire. Look at the coach. Most of the sofas look very old, dusty, and uncomfortable. There's never anything under anything. Sometimes under rocks in a Roberta Williams game. Never under the rug that I've seen. Look at the vanity. A dressing table sits against the wall with a large mirror attached to it. Look at the table. Some of these... I'm trying to look at the thing that's on the table. Look at bottle. Is that a bottle? You see nothing special. Look in drawers. There is nothing of interest in the chest of drawers. And that is probably also true for the other one. Look at the bed. The beds are old and lumpy. Oh, well, you're not going to be doing much sleeping tonight anyway. And if you were, it wouldn't be in the Colonel's bed. So that's another reason not to worry too much. Look at the pillow. Look under the pillow. Maybe he left his key for the tooth fairy. No. Okay. To the back wall. I'm sure I get the same message. Yep. Okay. Look at the curtains. Or the Burtons. Dusty old drapes hang heavily over the French windows. Look behind curtains. There are only cobwebs and dust behind the heavy curtains. That's at least a specific message. Look at the vase. There are many knickknacks throughout the house. Okay. So you don't want me to worry about that. Is it an urn? Hold on. Look at the urn. Look at fireplace poker. But that's just the one I'm holding. Look at the fireplace. The finely carved fireplaces show the craftsmanship of bygone days. I assume I've looked at the poker with the monocle by now. Yes. Traces of blood. Look at flower pot. This game does not understand the word flower pot. Look at the plant. You see nothing special. Well, we're running out of hope. Look at the cannon. It is a miniature replica of a cannon from the Spanish-American War, rendered in pewter and wood. Examine cannon? It's at least an object. Okay. What about in the cannon? The cannon is like the only thing in the room. Actually, the drapes, but I think the drapes, you probably get that same text everywhere. Otherwise, the cannon seems to be the only object in the room that has like any uniqueness to its description. Happy Sunday, Tashtari. Well, that was exactly what occurred to me right after I finished last week. Was I was just like, I've never looked around in the Colonel's room because he'll just yell at me if he's not there. But holy shit, there's a fucking key in the cannon. That's great. You see a tarnished brass key hidden inside the barrel of the cannon. Take the brass key. You remove the key from the barrel of the cannon and take it with you. Ta-da! Look at the key. Nice. Look at the key with monocle. Nothing interesting. Ha! Yeah, Roberta could have made it take a little bit longer for me if she had just said, like, you know, the Colonel has a water bottle on his vanity. The Colonel has, you know, a small box inside one of his drawers. Describe this vase, and I'll be looking in it, looking under it, trying to break it. But if you tell me there's literally no interesting object except the cannon. Great. Okay. Let's lock this in. There's nothing interesting with the key if we examine it with the monocle. Okay. Is it move control up? Oh, right, of course. Use key on controls? What do you want to do with the brass key? Unlock controls? A faint click is heard as you turn the key in the lock. If we go to the basement right now, we're not going to find, like, is it going to get the most of the bodies achievement? Probably not, because most of the people aren't dead yet. Oh, well. In fact, hold on. Where are we in the killing here? End of Act 3. Gertrude is dead. And Dr. Wilbur. The only confirmed deaths, although I haven't written down anything for what Clarence is doing right now, but I think he's just napping in his room. I know he dies later. Okay. Let's try it. Move up. Do I have to say control? No, just move up. We're getting there before the very end of the game. What a dark and creepy attic. It helps to have the moonlight shining in through those big windows. Among all the junk, a stack of old newspapers catches your eye. Journalism student. Are we going to learn something about the family? This seems to be an old stack of 1890s editions of the Times Democrat. As you look through them, an October 18th, 1898 edition catches your interest. You begin reading. New Orleans, Louisiana. Colonel Henry Dijon came home today after spending several months in the hospital following injuries in the recent Spanish-American War. Colonel Dijon took several bullets to his pelvic and shoulder areas as he attempted to carry a seriously injured fellow soldier to safety. Valorous. Incredibly, though injured himself, he managed to make it safely behind American lines. Colonel Dijon was duly decorated and discharged with honor by the U.S. Army. New Orleans welcomes home a true American war hero. Now, just imagine if you'd been a hero in a war with a. There's not that many wars with like great causes, but there's some. Imagine if he was. I mean, if he was a Civil War hero, he would be the bad kind, the opposite of heroes. The Confederate War heroes are what we call villains. Is that why the colonel's in a wheelchair? You wonder? You've already gone through the newspapers. Only one article interested you. Okay, so we didn't find out any horrifying secret. We've already seen this text. Okay. I don't know. Look out the window. It's dark outside. It's difficult to see out the windows. Moonlight actually seems pretty bright, I gotta say. We got a big carpet here. There are many old and unusual rugs here. Look at the chests. You see an old, uninteresting trunk. Okay. There is nothing you would want in the trunk. All right, so far, not super exciting to have made it up here. Wait a minute. Do we have the old adventure game trick? I actually don't think we do. No, but it looks like there's a door here, doesn't it? Oh, right. She just crawls like a human fly. She just crawls across the window. Yeah, there's not a ton going on here in this attic at this moment. Do we return to the attic at key points? See, I mean, anytime the colonel's out of the room, I'll just do it. Although I'm not exactly clear on how he doesn't catch me. Perhaps I do just have to put the key back. I'll play it out. If all the guests turn on Laura and throw her into the... Oh, thank you, Cedric. Ought to have tested the limits here. Yeah, I was just inferring a wall there, but thank you. It's dark back here in the attic. The moonlight from the large windows doesn't light this part of the attic very well. Through the gloom, you can see piles of uninteresting boxes and old junk. However, there is an old trunk that does interest you. Why? Just because. Hey, oh good, it's open. As long as we can make it out over there. Yeah. Among the uninteresting trunks, one of them is uninteresting in a fascinating way. I assume it's the wide open one. Peering into the open trunk, you see old armor clothing, various paraphernalia. This must be where the colonel keeps his old armor gear. Lying on top of everything else, you notice a large officer's cape, a pair of leather gloves, a colonel's hat, and an old pair of armor boots. Okay. Trunk is open. You see armor clothes strewn about. Now, my assumption here would be that we're not supposed to, like, take the boots. But let's see. These boots are much too big for your feet. Take the cape. You have no use for an armor officer's cape. What else do we have here? Gloves. You can't think of a use for leather gloves. Oh, Laura, use your imagination. The hat wouldn't fit you. Better leave it here. No, no special text for this little nook. Okay. Intriguing. So Lillian must know how to get up here. Since when we find her dead, she's got the colonel's clothes on. Much, much later in the evening. Okay. My suspicion is if I go in the basement, it will be pitch black. And then I will have to continue waiting for Clarence to die so I can take his matches. Or, you know, find matches in some other way. No, Laura, please. Okay. Well, there we go. The basement is extra locked. Hold on. Yep. We have the down and up. We have the lock. Is it a different key? I don't know. Okay. Seems like a pretty good way to test the... Does it actually matter that Laura's like carrying a stolen key around that the colonel might want? All right. I'm inclined to say no. Okay, so we can't go to the basement yet. We can go to the attic. It's not that exciting, but we have locked down the go to the attic achievement, which I previously, on my first playthrough, it was 2:15 when I finally made it there. Now it's not even 10 o'clock. So now I just need to... Can I take Clarence's matches while he's sleeping? Probably not. Nope. The game has a pro not being weird to a random sleepy dude agenda. So I guess advancing time is going to be a downstairs thing. Or have I just not seen the confrontation yet? Confrontation between Rudy and Fifi up in Fifi's room. Let's find it. Okay. He shakes her. Stop it. Leave me alone. Get out of my room now. You'll regret that, you little vixen. Deeply unpleasant man, our Rudy. All right. We won't bother her yet. Let her get some rest. Soon be time for her to be getting killed. Okay. I'm going to set up my Act 4 spreadsheet. Excellent. And then delete. It's really not copy pasting and then adjusting from the previous one isn't actually all that much faster. I guess I could do a find replace to change all the 9 o'clock times to 10 o'clock times. Okay. Let's investigate. Nobody is up here, and I did not expect anyone up here. I did not expect Ethel to be in here. We've confirmed their absence. Lillian, I believe, will still be in her dollhouse. Let's see. In my much simpler notes last time for Lillian, I wrote, she's in the study inspecting the weapons. It's not going to be anything in the telltale wastebasket yet. Whoops. Currently, it's empty. Later, we'll have the evidence of the poisoning. Colonel's back in here. I don't know anything about it. I'll say. I think he does. Because the newspaper story about his own heroism in war. Well, Clarence is up. Let's see. Based on my old notes, which are really only act specific, so who knows? But this is when I'll find Jeeves cleaning up murder evidence. Seeley should be out on the stoop. Looks like Gloria might be coming to the end of the line. Lillian's gonna be looking at weapons. Rudy might be fighting Clarence. And Clarence likewise. Do we get murdered in the telltale murder closet? Let's find it. Not close enough. It's just an empty closet. All right. We head down the stairs. Do we? There we go. Just having trouble pathfinding to the stairs. Avoid the chandelier of death. And here we go. Things look suspicious here. You can see pieces of a broken record on the floor by the Victrola and a small pile of pink feathers near it. Uh-oh. More pink feathers. Look at the feathers. Small pile of pink feathers looks terribly suspicious. Could they have come from Gloria's feather boa? Can we look at them with the monocle? Yes and no. Look at the record pieces. Take the broken record pieces. As you bend down to retrieve the largest piece of the broken record, you notice some spots of mud on the rug. Look at the mud. The muddy spot looks like a partial footprint. Look at the footprint with the monocle. Okay. Not helpful. Jeeves, I say. Yeah. Let's just talk to Jeeves. Let's actually, hold on. Here's what we're going to do. There we go. Speed, norm, okay, equals, of course. I'm busy, Miss Bo. No time for conversation. Seen Gloria, Mr. Jeeves? It appears he's trying hard to ignore you. Let's just watch him then. You notice Jeeves carpet sweeping the rug, which is not really the best way to get a muddy footprint in. Look at record with monocle. Squinting into the monocle, you carefully examine the piece of broken record. It's a fine-tooth distinction between carpet sweeping and rug sweeping. Similarly, in the South, they have no love for carpet-bagging politicians, but rug-bagging politicians. And maybe it's hypocrisy, but they're okay with it. British, happy Sunday. Hope you're well. Closely situated to each other, you notice two different fingerprints. Mr. Jeeves. What? Show record to Jeeves. He's just going to ignore me. Jeeves doesn't even acknowledge it. Yeah, he's ignoring me. That's his thing. For now, at least. Just wants to ignore me. Well, that didn't advance time. Fifi goes to clean bar. She's in the parlor. Talk to Fifi. I must hurry and finish the dusting, mademoiselle. Well, what the hell happened with you and Rudy? Rudy is very scary. I do not like him around me. You know what Jeeves is up to? Cleaning up these murders? Is he not the, how do you say, business? He does have a certain je ne sais quoi. I don't imagine we're going to get good information out of the parrot with another human in the room. But who knows? The number of crackers that exist suggests there might be 5 different things that Polly could report to you. I'll teach her. She can't break up with me. Okay, that seems significant. Now we are, because we already have cause to believe that Clarence might have murdered Gertrude and tried to frame Gloria. Wait, what was it? He's a possessive dog, those bloodhounds. Would Clarence? I don't know. Clarence has a motive to kill Wilbur, and so did Gloria, and that was the one where it seemed like maybe Clarence. Stored a PNG file in a parrot. What? How? What exactly does that mean? I'm curious. Hey, Fifi actually finished up and left. That's neat. She go back to her room? At any rate. Ah, I get you. Yes, of course. Interesting. I feel like my brain should have gone immediately to audio signal. I was trying to think of like, you know, how do you get get a QR code into the feathers on the parrot? Is she not in here either? Looks like no. Hold on. Maybe there's something in here now. Nope. Nothing important in the clothes. Hold on. Yeah. But if I look at a record, I only see the record I'm holding, which is a piece of a broken record. I was like, what is going on with the shape of this record? Of course, it's broken. It's a decent, like, fan shaped piece. That's funny. Oh, birds and their sound mimicry. I'm repeating material. My friend Karen was showing me a video of her bird, Amadeus. His favorite song is September by Earth, Wind, and Fire. So he's just like dancing around going, ba, 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 ba. Okay. Well, let's keep searching. David, welcome. I found the Colonel's key to his elevator. I wonder if it's too cruel. I don't think you did. I think that's new. I wonder if it's too cruel to get a caged bird singing Freebird. I mean, I don't think they're like confining Amadeus to a small cage and make him very unhappy or anything. Geez, what the hell are you doing? I'm busy, Miss Bo. No time for conversation. Yeah, he's carpet sweeping the rug. Look at the magazine. The name Sonny Boy has been circled in red. I should ask Clarence about Sonny Boy. Obviously, I can't do that to Dr. Wilbur anymore. And reading it with the monocle just makes it a little bit easier to read, I guess. Yeah. We're not looking to advance time just yet. Find what the time advancing trigger points are and go from there. Looks like there's nobody in a getting spied on position right now. Hey, a human being in this garden. Eventually, I will search that garden after Ethel stumbles out. Not that it seems super likely that she's dropping evidence of anything. I'm not really all that confident that Ethel is a perpetrator here at all. Beauregard, on the other hand, I don't know. It'd be weird if the Colonel's brass key worked everywhere. It doesn't. Even when Jeeves was killed, did I like no key on him? Hey, there's Clarence. All right. Oh yeah, that's my notes on Clarence in full. Clarence wanders the ground, meets Rudy by statue of Colonel, gets knocked on his ass. So, is it not possible for me to get to Sealy? Or is it? Yes, it is. Take a good look at Sealy. She's darning socks. And then Clarence shows up and time advances. Okay. I think we're almost done with 10 o'clock. I think the loop on pouring through every time period should get tighter as time goes by, since we are going to be gonna have fewer people to find and check in on as they get murdered progressively. Last time, I found Gloria's strangled corpse in the gazebo. Who knows how it's going to go down this time? I think I'll update my save even just to commemorate. I'm bored of walking from inside to outside. Open the door. Look around. Inside the place. Of course I am. Two little chairs. Accompany. That must be a southernism. The small table. Ah. I can't right click to get it to tell me about the look at the chairs. Nope. There's two little chairs. Part of my brain said, wait, when Lillian's in here, can I sit down with her? But obviously not, because there's a doll in one of the chairs. I imagine Lillian would just kill Laura right there. If she were so rude as to try to take a chair from one of the dolls. No church music. I mean, nothing in the church, but music. The Crouton tomb. I was just coming to see if the we've seen the ghost of who I assume is Sarah Crouton once on my first playthrough. She loved that fountain that I've got working. Talk to Blaze. You speak gently to Blaze. He just looks at you with his big brown eyes. Love you too, handsome. We're fast friends ever since the time I gave him a carrot. Well, let's just go over to the old murder gazebo. Relax there for a while. Of course, if Clarence killed Wilbur and tried to frame Gloria, odd that he would then kill Gloria. I guess he still framing her still besmirches her good name. But it's not like you get to. Oh no! What's this? Gloria is lying very still upon the gazebo floor. On closer inspection, it's clear someone has strangled Gloria with her own feather boa. The horror. Look at Gloria. Yeah, look at the boa. The boa is tightly knotted around Gloria's neck. Can I notice feathers missing from it or something? No. Untie the boa. Nope, we're leaving this bitch strangled. Nervously, you examine Gloria's body and confirm that she was indeed viciously strangled with her feather boa. The flamingo says he has an alibi, but he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Let's just pour over Gloria's entire body. Maybe we can figure out. No. Can we move her? Gloria is rather heavy for you. Why don't you find some help? Well, among other things, the corpse situation mostly seems to be a self-solving problem. To wit, you just got to imagine some time going by. Well, there's Clarence going for his appointment at the ass-kicking factory. Whoops, not the lever. Turn handle. But hold on. Whoops. I meant to say cleaning the parlor. For Fifi, and I put cleaning the parrot. And then I spelled parlor, parloir, like it was part armoire. And then I spelled it parure. And now I've spelled it correctly. Colonel's in his bedroom being cranky. Gertrude is still dead. Clarence is wandering the grounds. I did not see Rudy. I guess I should try to see if I can actively see. If I can actually find him. Celie is on her stoop. Jeeves is cleaning up murders. Oh, I didn't even verify. No, I did. Lillian is in the study inspecting weapons. It just advances time. And then Polly said she's not going to get away with breaking up with me. That's not an exact quote, but it's the gist. And Ethel stumbling drunkenly in hedge garden. That's one thing I guess you could call it. Okay. So hold on. Let's go back. Can I make my way to the... I'm not sure I can. But let's try. I'm going to go through the house. in my determination. Polly looks like fired up right now. Hold on. Fired up because she's figured it out. Oh, sweet. I can extort this stupid human for all the crackers I want. Okay. Getting the feeling I will not be able to make my way to the center of the driveway and confirm Rudy's there before running into what's his name? Still, let's try. We'll go through the front. Being very careful. I guess in a sense, like, yeah, you win the game. Like, there's no clear victory condition, but you can get to the end of the story and, like, you know, at the climactic moment, I just stared in dumbstruck amazement until the scene resolved itself without my input. Okay, no. Double time advancement, which means indeed it's time to advance time. There's that Clarence. Yeah, I'm not sure what will like count in my mind as like a winning condition. Find out as much as you can. Make the like it definitely seems like the choice. That's awesome. Yep. Okay, wait. 10:15 revisited. But I suppose at this point I should try to see. Is there anything I can find unique at 10:15 before I go watch those two gentlemen punch each other? I was like, oh, the fountain's going crazy. No, it's because they have the speed turned up. Look in the water. You see nothing but dirty green water in the fountain. I think this is the parlor. Yeah. Into the parlor. Ah, part of why it looks to me like Polly's going nuts is, again, because I have the speed turned up. Nobody's hanging out in the room where Gloria used to like to sit when she wasn't all murdered. Lillian's still in here. Sure, show enough, show enough. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try one last thing. Wait, has Jeeves returned to his space? Alas, no. Okay. Just in the interest of thoroughness, gotta see if anything's going on upstairs. See if the colonel's like, young lady, I say. You've been taking my key. Just do that yourself. I'm trying. Ah, gotta hit the left-hand door straight on. Where is Fifi right now? Colonel, are you in there with Fifi? Nope. Pardon me, Colonel. Nope. Ask Colonel about Spanish-American War. This game does not understand the hyphenated noun phrase Spanish-American. It means somebody is a first or second generation immigrant from Spain to the United States of America. Okay. Where's my equals? Here it is. Don't think I can adjust the speed though. Get out of my sight, jerk. No, you get out of my sight. Why, you little pipsqueak. Don't mess with me, bud. You just stay out of my way. You ain't heard the last of me, Rudy. I'll get you for this. Okay. So, I think I can fill out 1015 pretty confidently. I just realized I didn't double check on Ethel, but I bet she's a stumbling drunkenly in the hedge garden. I don't know where Fifi is. Like, Fifi's not accounted for right now. Gertrude's dead. In fact, just drag and fill the dead people. They will be dead in all of the time slots. Lillian was still in the study. Driveway. Confronts Clarence. That's true if you get there at 10. It's true if you get there at 10:15. Clarence gets his ass kicked. Okay. Let's just, for thoroughness' sake, go make sure that the Ethel time trigger was still active up in the hedge garden. Oh, it's not. Well, hold on then. I suspect there's not all that much to get out of it. Of following her around, but let's try. Gotta be thorough. This is not a practice run. Oh. Okay, so it's like an RNG thing anyway. Intriguing. Okay. 10:30. Let's turn the speed up a little. And walk around the grounds and see what's happening. Probably nothing new in the carriage house. We got the walking speed up. We might as well look. Look around, Laura. Nope. Unless. Nope. Will there ever be something of interest in the small rowboat? Probably not. But you gotta be thorough. Hey, Blaze. I like you too, buddy. Remember that time I gave you a carrot? I assume Lillian's still just checking out the weapons situation. Oop. Yep. Good enough. I assume nothing has changed at the church. In fact, I assume that hard enough. Oh, time trigger. Okay, so Ethel's drunken stumblings are an all-purpose time trigger. Wait. No, Rudy left here too. Updating the save just so I have the speed settings up a little for any time I reload it. All right. Let's see if either Rudy or Clarence are licking their wounds. Not the Rudy. I mean, Rudy might have some like scuffed up knuckles from popping Clarence a good one in the mouth. Nope. Across the hall, nothing. Colonel is in his room. Might as well note that in the spreadsheet. No one is in the bathroom. No one is in here. Is Fifi back in her room? Did I already look just now? I can't remember. Game froze. All right, something's happening with Danielle, and I need to go find out what's going on. I hear her crying out in dismay. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. All right, good news. Everything's okay. Situation is under control. Okay. And I'm only on this screen just because Fifi's not in here. There's nothing I can do to prevent her future poisoning. I believe this is cognac. Cognacs. It looks like fine cognac. Well, let's inspect it with the monocle. Yep. Even on close inspection. It's got the little bubbles or whatever. I don't know. Probably cognac's not supposed to have little bubbles. Okay. Anybody in the parlor? No. Anybody? Returning to the scene of the crime in the billiards room? No. Wait, now that we have the run of the room, can we get the player piano going? Yes. Good. This is an old billiard table. As it's quite dirty and dusty, it doesn't appear as if billiards has been played much. on it, you see 3 balls. 2 red, 1 white. Look at those balls. Look in the pockets. No. No. Okay. Look, I haven't right-clicked. What is... You notice a model of an old ship on a table. No. Take it. It's not yours. There's nothing special about it. Well, wait, hold on. Is the problem here that stealing is wrong or just that this is boring? Billiard cues. Old-fashioned Victrola. But it has a current record playing. Bookcases crammed full of books. Here's a mandolin. Several instruments. That might be a guitar or something. You see a picture of a lovely dark-haired girl. Oh, right, of course. The notable thing about all the portraits is they're part of the spy system. We use a good dusting. The chairs are old. Okay. What if I need the balls? You don't need any billiard balls. Oh, if you say so. Okay. Look around. Look in urn. It's empty. And it's not currently empty, it's empty. Kind of phrase that makes you think it'll never ever be anything but empty. That empty is its, natural ontological state of being. Okay. Well, let's see what we can get here. Well, first let's just use talk and see if... What's up, Seely? Hey, Miss Laura. What are you doing out here? Just taking a walk? Yeah, that's right. Gloria's been murdered. Child, you gotta quit thinking these things. You gonna get everyone riled up around here. I noticed Jeeves cleaning up some murderers. Jeeves is hard to figure. I think him and Fifi could be up to something since I've seen them winking and blowing kisses at each other. I saw Rudy punching Clarence. Oh, you should stay away from the both of them. And I shall. Look at this broken record. I could care less. Well, hold on. Maybe you'll like some of this junk. I got lots of junk. Found this key. Stole it from the Colonel. Don't want to look at it. No, that's fair. I still have 5 crackers. Oh, no. Does that mean I loaded away from hearing the thing that the parrot said? Hopefully, if so, I didn't unprogress any progress flags. The bridge to nowhere, into the misty bayou woods. You got anything specifically to say about Fifi? Fifi's a real conniver, all right. She know what she wants. She'll use any means to get it, not mean any means. Yep. That has been your clear and consistent position. Is Jeeves still not in his room? You try opening the cellar door, but alas, it is locked. Oh, there's Miss Ethel. Okay. I think there's like some non-time stamped people right now. Like Clarence is just nowhere. Rudy is just nowhere. We know where Lillian is. Well, let's see. What an interesting collection of weapons Uncle Henry has. I wonder. Oh, Laura! You startled me. Right. Lillian? Okay. She's just sitting down. Look at Lillian. Does she look suspicious or insane? After you surprised Lillian at the Colonel's weapons cabinet, she rests in a chair by the fireplace. Stay out of there, Laura. Those weapons belong to my uncle. Gotta remember to look the next time she's not in this room stopping me. And in so doing, see if we can confirm it went missing. You surprised me, Laura. Have you been keeping yourself busy? Well, I'll tell you what. We're not in Texas. Saw Clarence and Ruta fighting. Oh, you should stay out of their way, Laura. You might get hurt. How do you feel about Celie? Celie likes to keep to herself, but she really has a good heart. What do you think about Gloria? Gloria's not so great. She's got plenty of problems between her talent, her boyfriends, and money, or the lack thereof. Mr. Sparrow is just trying to turn my uncle against me. I know his type. What about Rudy? Rudy's never worked a day in his life. He spends all his time in gambling halls or sleazy bars. Do you have a gambling problem? I know at least one person. The game doesn't even know about gambling. Doesn't understand it. It's the dopamine rush you get from the moment when you put it all on the line. That's what's up with gambling. Pour myself some water here. I've just been drinking coffee. Say this for putting in time on the picket lines is that it is so easy to get your 10,000 steps a day on those picket line days. Like literally just the 2 hours of trudging back and forth is pretty much 200 steps. 200 steps, 10,000 steps. Then add in that I'm walking to and from the picket location, and I could just lay face down on the floor the whole rest of the day. Let's see. Yeah, there's someone else. Like, here are the categories in Laura's journal at the end that were incomplete. Let's run through them again. Took food item from kitchen, Celie's room, Jeeves' room. I don't even remember what food item I took from the kitchen. Soup bone. Soup bone, crackers, carrot. What is the other food item you could take? I don't know. Took useful item from the body of. I got Lillian, Clarence, and Dr. Wilbur. But nobody else yet. People found murdered. Everyone but Celie. And I guess Rudy. Took object from suitcase of. Oh no. If my people who were murdered list is incomplete, does that mean Celie did get murdered? I hope not. Took object from the suitcase of Lillian, but nobody else. Who else's suitcase can I get into? Ethel Prune is not the only person refusing to sell something, but what? I don't know. I have Dijon, Swansong, Gloria, Clarence, Jeeves, and Fifi on my romantically involved list, but that's incomplete. Wishing to end an affair. We have Glorious Swan Song, but that's it. It's incomplete. Embarrassing medical history, same thing. Glorious Swan Song. People who struggled physically. The Colonel, Rudy, Clarence, and Fifi are the ones I witnessed. One would assume at least that Lillian had some kind of struggle involved in her death. I don't know. Okay. Yawn. Ugh. Okay, so I mean, ask about Jeeves. I think there's something going on between Fifi and Jeeves. Uncle Henry would be very interested in knowing that, I'm sure. Oh, do you think? You should try telling your stupid piece of shit uncle anything. Tell about Fifi and Rudy. I saw them fighting. That harlot. All she deserves is the likes of Rudy. Well, that's an awful thing to say. She know Gloria's dead? I've already told you, Laura, there's nothing there. Well, how about I tell you about... You know what? I got a question about these dolls. What do I care about it? Well, you see, honey. Okay, look at this broken record. I don't want to look at it. Very well. Look at this poker. So? Look at this cane. I'm sure that's Uncle Henry's cane. Why are you carrying it around, Laura? Oh, I just picked it up in passing, that's all. Yeah. What do you think of Polly, Lillian? Oh, that's my uncle's parrot. He just dotes on that bird. You like Blaze? I used to ride Blaze when I visited here as a child. And what do you think of Beauregard? I love that old dog. He used to play with me when I was a little girl. Look at this lantern. I could care less. What were you doing in the cabinet? I wouldn't know about it. I mean, like the weapons. You looking for weapons? I wouldn't know about it. Very well. Very well. Uh, What's up with your uncle's elevator? No. Okay. Well, next thing I'm curious about is just the very simple question of whether Lillian just moves right on. She does. Cool. Nobody in here. My suspicion is that there's going to be basically nothing to find right now. And yet. Ooh. Also, that didn't advance time. But let's go back and see if we can get a more prurient view. Yeah, that was fairly lascivious. I will add to my notes at 10:45. Fifi and Jeeves are getting frisky in the dining room. Very good. But let's see, with the larger, more detailed sprites, how dirty can this get? Can we get to Leisure Suit Larry territory? It looks like Jeeves is continuing his chores. We can only see him from the waist up, and he seems to be alone in the room. Look at Jeeves. He's carpet sweeping. What's Fifi doing? She's busily dusting away. Hey, Jeeves. I'm busy, Miss Bow. Hey, Fifi. Almost ready and finished the dusting, mademoiselle. Yeah, you look like you're about to get dusted. They can't stop. Well, good for them finding love. For all the good it's going to do them, seeing as they will be murdered soon. Have a cracker, Polly. Cracker? No cracker for you, Polly. This is an information exchange, Polly. I guess I ought also to be... Oh, no. A thing that I should have been doing more is continually checking the passages. What's that on the floor? Someone dropped an old cigar butt. Take that butt. You bend over. Pick up the small cigar butt. Look at butt. Yep. Let's get a closer look at that butt. You examine it with the monocle, but don't see anything interesting. Can I make it to Sealy without advancing time? Because you know what I gotta do. I hope that we're good enough friends that this is not inappropriate. That looks and smells like one of Colonel Henry's stogies. Yes, it does. Yes, indeed, it does. Pay no attention to the fact that I'm a 40-year-old person whose job title is senior instructor. I think it's very funny that the word for the end of a cigar is the same as the word for butt. So who was the colonel spying on? Did he witness? Forever young, baby. Usually I say you're only old when you stop trying new things. But maybe it's you're only old when you stop laughing at the word butt. Locked. You notice 3 suitcases next to the beds. They must belong to Rudy and Clarence. They're locked. Look at the lock. Nothing. Seems unlikely that Gloria In the last moments as she was being strangled, came back up here just to unlock her suitcases. Several suitcases, etc. Locked. Locked. Between the beds, you notice an old dresser. Well, hold on a second. It seems unlikely, but that is more of a description than I was expecting. There's nothing of interest in the dresser. Look behind the dresser. You see nothing special. Not going to be under it. You see nothing special. Hold on. No. Okay, fine. You can't do that. Move the plant. You can't do that. Okay. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Update my spreadsheet here because I now know that Seeley will remain on her stoop for the entire 10 o'clock hour. Chief spent some time cleaning up murders, and then that got him all hot and bothered. Oh, I'm definitely close enough. You just want me front on. Okay. Be strange if the colonel was spying in that one, looking in on his own bedroom. Unless he wanted to catch Laura in the act. I wonder, can I super surprise Fifi and Jeeves by emerging from the secret panel? The colonel's on the move again, and once again, Colonel. He has left the elevator unguarded. So it must be the spare elevator key. Every time he gets in the elevator down, he's like, what in tarnation? I must be losing my mind in my age. In my dotage. Newspapers, but it's not going to be different. This is the same thing she already found interesting. So, it does occur to me that the door buried behind all the stuff is obviously the main door that gets in here. In trunk? What the hell happened to the full description? It isn't here. Oh. Look at the boots. They aren't here. A note for Act 4. The colonel's clothes move between 9:45 and 10:45. But what does it mean? Hello, Sonneveld and large party of raiders. Happy Sunday. We are playing The Colonel's Bequest. All of your dogs are asleep. Well, then I hope they are well fed. Ha. This is my second playthrough of this game. It's going better than the first. I found the elevator key. I can't imagine that this will now go to the basement, but what if it did? There ain't no party like a Colonel's Bequest party. Because at a Colonel's Bequest party, everyone gets murdered. Doesn't really fit any kind of scansion, but... Okay. Another time period where the Colonel is on the move. We found evidence that he is spying on people in his little creepy spy cubbies. Someone, not necessarily the Colonel, since later on in the game, I will discover, Laura will discover Lillian's dead body wearing some of the Colonel's clothes. But some of the Colonel's old army clothes disappeared from the attic. Well, there is, I don't know if it's him, but there is at least one time that I've gone into the alcoves and just gotten murdered. Wait, was this? Hold on. People. Oh, you know what? Jeez. I got everything all backwards earlier when I read back through the notes and said all the things that I had incomplete. I was actually reading all the things I had complete. Let me remind myself all the things that I had incomplete. Secret entrances and exits. Got to find that way into the basement, I think. That's got to be the missing secret. Objects used more than once. Before I had the crackers and the monocle. I don't know if I'll get anything else. Valuable object taken. Is the key valuable? I don't know. Religious article discovered. Not yet. Items requiring close scrutiny. Before, I saw a boot print in the mud. I've done that again. Sleeping powder bottle. Hasn't happened yet, but I'll do it. Handkerchief. Done that again. Rolling pin. Hasn't happened, but I'll do it again. Fireplace poker. We've done. Broken record. We've done. There'll be some glass. And then there's other things. Rudy and Clarence have gambling habits, but who else? Clarence is an embezzler, but is he the only one? Someone's got a telltale scent. I didn't find anyone with a telltale scent, although one would assume that Rudy... no, not Rudy. Well, maybe Rudy smells like something. The Colonel absolutely has got to smell like cigars and old man stink. Ethel's got to smell like the inside of a distillery. We know the... Oh. Danielle is calling. Hang tight, gang. I'll be right back with you. All right. We've got... Excellent point, both of you. You started with a very good point there, Cedric, but I think it's answered clearly. We couldn't identify, like, we couldn't smell Gloria's scent and tell her apart from Dr. Wilbur. They both have the faint smell of being dead. So, anyone still here from Sonneveld's raiding party? I guess I should take the opportunity to say what we do here at 58 Dream Street. Bunch of different stuff, but a big running thread for the past several years has been Sierra Adventure Games. I've done the Space Quest series, the King's Quest series, the Quest for Glory series, which I'm actually going to do again, but as a thief and role playing as a jerk. The anti-hero run at some point in the future. I did Phantasmagoria. Here I am doing the Colonel's Bequest. Keep it rolling with that. I'm doing intermittently, although hopefully returning to soon, the Leisure Suit Larry series. That is the ultimate goal, having fun. And I've played a number of classic RPGs. I'm gradually making my way through the Ultima series, but it gets pretty sloggy around Serpent Isle, so I'm on hiatus midway through Serpent Isle. I'll return to that at some point. Do some JRPGs now and then. I just finished Suikoden last weekend. Gonna start Suikoden 2 next weekend. On Wednesdays, me and my buddy Greg are trying to play all the beat 'em ups. Or right now, trying to play every beat 'em up that came out through 1993 on a show we call Greg and James Beat 'em Up. And then totally out of left field, if you like Frosthaven or Gloomhaven, me and my friends play Frosthaven most Fridays. We call it Friday Night Frosthaven. Not the video game. I'm pointing cameras at a board game. And may or may not be compelling to you, but the gimmick with the Leisure Suit Larry streams, at least, is that I'm doing them in character and in full drag in my drag persona, Jamie Rose. So if you have a high tolerance for really annoying voices, that might be something that you're into. Okay. My general thought. Oh, yeah. I wanted to test. Can I super interrupt Jeeves and Fifi, who are getting frisky in the dining room right now, by entering through the secret passage? No, because they've just moved on. All right, fine. Have they gone to get some privacy? Maybe I could pop in and spy on them down there in Jeeves's cellar. Laura is not a tactful girl, our Laura Bow. She has many fine qualities, but even the slightest little bit of tact is not one of them. She's also not great at positioning herself by doors. Okay, the cellar is locked. Still, so this might just be one of those periods where it's not entirely clear to me if it's for the storyline or just because, but a period where Fifi and Jeeves are not accounted for. Yes. And in general, staring awkwardly at any scene she comes across, even if it's a scene that really seems to call for some action on her part. Is Lillian back playing with her dolls like a weirdo? No. And I guess if she's not, it would be sensible for me to see if I could find her. We can do this, Laura. We can find our way out the door. You're a college girl. What was I saying? I've lost it. Just terrific EGA art in this game. And really in all of Sierra's later EGA era games. Quest for Glory 2, Trial by Fire, stands out in my mind as a game that says gorgeous 16 color EGA art. Okay. So at this point, am I doing anything except trying to find Ethel to trigger the clock to turn over to 11? I'm not sure. Have you seen Ethel, Seeley? Oh, most of Miss Ethel's troubles started when her husband killed himself about 17 years ago. Lordy, that was a messy business. After that, Miss Ethel sort of fell apart and started in on her drinking. My goodness. That's Seeley's character is generally one that she's trying to not get involved. Can I ask her about the feathers I found? Say what, child? No, I cannot. Can I tell her? Rex, welcome. You think that interests me, child? I'm having a pretty solid weekend so far. I hope you are too. It's yeah, good time. It's a weird situation where my vacation ended. My summer vacation was over last Sunday. But the very first thing I did as my very first act back to work was to open up my email and find the announcement from the president that they're locking us out. So I was back to work for 2 days, and it wasn't a very productive 2 days because on Tuesday I was like, okay, well, if they're locking me out, I'm going to get as much planning as I can for the fall term done now. So I like opened up my schedule spreadsheet and was like, what the fuck planning can I do? I can't make a schedule. I don't know when the first day of class is going to be. So yeah, we're on the picket lines. You think at some point there's got to be something about this bucket. Yeah, they told us to basically collective bargaining has gone very, very badly for the latest contract. The board is not. Yes, so they're not bargaining in good faith, or at all. The entire negotiations went like this. They came on the first day of negotiations and they said, "Here's the offer. Take it. We're not here to talk to you people." And then they filed for conciliation almost immediately to say this isn't working, even though they're the ones making it not work. They wouldn't participate in conciliation in good faith. They wouldn't shift. Then on the very last day of conciliation, they came up and they took they had some proposals that were like obvious non-starters that they insisted they were going to stick to. And they took those out at the end. That was the one change in their offer. And they said, well, there, look, we listened. Now take the sub cost of living raise. And we're not going to talk about the fact that early career faculty are increasingly being used on 1 year. When I was coming up, before I had my job security, it was still a bad situation because they like to string people along on 3-year limited term appointments. And it's stressful enough to be like, am I building a career here? Or am I just literally wasting my 30s in 3-year increments and going to wind up with nothing at the end of it? Now they're doing that with 1-year contracts and they don't want to talk about that. And then after they made their final offer at conciliation, it was supposed to be an all-day final conciliation session. At noon, everybody broke for lunch. And then sometime in the early afternoon, the DFA and the conciliator, the DFA being the faculty association, the union, uh, our team and the conciliator were like, well, are they not coming back? And they weren't. They just left at lunch. Didn't say like this is like didn't say they were leaving. Just didn't come back. And then by the time they figured that out, the union got up and left. The university president had already sent an email to the community saying that we tried our best in conciliation, but they just won't listen. And then, but they made a final offer, and we said, all right, you know, the union said, this is how long it's going to take us to do the vote. So we'll have the results on the offer by this day, which was Thursday this week. So they locked us out on Wednesday, which I don't know if they thought that was a show of strength or something. It did not work. I've spoken to several people on the picket lines who had voted to accept the offer. And then, when they found out they were kicking us out of work. Hey, Nostalgic Rhino, welcome to the team. Thank you for following. When they found out that we were getting locked out before the voting was even done, I talked to people who were like, yeah, I called up and like they let me change my vote. So that backfired. It's wild. I've had a unionized job since I was 19 years old, and I became a unionized hospital janitor to pay my way through university. And this is the first job action I've ever actually been a part of. It's wild. It's quite an experience. Like, it's not bad so far. Because, like, here's the thing. I enjoy teaching way more than I enjoyed trudging back and forth for 2 hours. So, like, in that sense, I'd much rather be working than striking or counter striking or whatever they call it. But the real kicker, Ethel, where are you? Come on. We can't advance the clock without you, Ethel. At least I don't think we can. Like, strike pay is going to be, for early career faculty, it's great. Like, the strike pay they're giving us 10 years ago for me, like, it would have been a raise. It's a pay cut for me now, but like, it's not the kind of pay cut where I'm like, how are we going to pay the rent? It's just the kind of pay cut where I'm like, okay, I'll wait a little bit longer before I buy another Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. And it's a nice, like, solidarity building experience. Because on the picket lines, of course, it's just, we're all out there. We're not like, it's not like the engineering faculty are just picketing with the other engineers. And so we, just meeting colleagues that I might have never spoken to in my entire life and just finding out what they do, what their situation's like. It's nice to see, not that they have a choice now that we're on strike, but it's nice to see older faculty many of whom are very secure. Hello, Zorbred. Exorbred, I guess is probably how that's pronounced. No, this is in Nova Scotia. This is a university faculty lockout in Halifax, Nova Scotia. But yeah, it's a hot labor summer here in Canada because the flight attendants just at Air Canada just went on strike. Thank you. I'm optimistic. The thing is, like, the offer they gave us is a bad offer, but like at the stage I'm at in my career, it's like, yeah, it would suck to lose like pace with inflation again. Because we've taken a couple of sub-inflation cost of living adjustments in the past few rounds of bargaining to try to show good faith. I hope so. A better cost of living adjustment would be fine. Would be nice. Hey, Lillian goes back to her room. That's cool. But I'll be okay without it. I would be fine. But for early career faculty, like, it's bad because it's not just the wage thing. Although like early career faculty already have the worst wages. and salaries. Like our salary ladder is very stretched out. Like I'm making like 10 years into my career, I'm making much more than anybody in the first few years of their career. And I'm not, I'm just teaching faculty. I'm not even a research faculty. You must be confused. Lillian is not here. Uh-oh. Are you sure? Glitch. I mean, there is definitely a sense. Well, hold on now. Okay. Yeah. Well, like, yeah, is Lillian really all there? We have numerous reasons to believe it's not true. Oh no, I'm not worried. I teach not engineering to engineers. So like, hey, Rigadith, happy Sunday. I teach like technical writing, professionalism, teamwork, public speaking, bit of ethics, bit of policy, sustainability. Uh, all of the non-engineering things that are offered by the Faculty of Engineering. Oh, but I came in here. No. Let's kind of see if Laura could splash a little water in her face. And yeah, that's the kind of thing it would be nice to see. The weirdest thing, as far as contracts and stuff like that go, is that the plain text of our collective bargaining agreement says that anyone who has been in an instructor position on uh, for 6 years is eligible to apply for promotion to senior instructor. And senior instructor is when you get converted from a term appointment to a continuing appointment. Yeah. Oh, engineers need so much of that. Like, I'm glad that we have what we have and that we have, if I may say so myself, a passionate person who takes it seriously and tries to do a good job at it. I'm not enough. I think that I should be a department and there should be a couple of other people. But even where we are is not nowhere. But yeah, our collective bargaining agreement literally says if you've been in the same position for 6 years, you're eligible to apply for senior instructor. But when I asked, uh, when I was talking about my own promotion process to the faculty, they said that basically by the time I was asking about it, I was in the career stream limited term appointment from which you can apply for promotion. The board's position at the university is that even though the plain text just says anybody who's been at it for 6 years, doesn't say anything about career stream appointment, the board's position is that no, you have to be in a career stream appointment. And I guess like, you know, they would take us to court over it. And it's just a like, are they really going to spend that money? But yeah, there are people who are like 10 years deep in their career, just stringing together contracts and just hoping it gets renewed again. It's not good. So that's like, I hope more than anything, I would be willing. I'm a magnanimous, solidaritudinal fellow. I would totally accept the bad cost of living adjustment deal if it was paired with doing something for the kids, for the next generation. It does. It feels more likely to me that it's going to resolve in the other way, where they give ground on money in exchange for getting to still exploit and abuse the youth. We shall see. But yeah, it's nobody's very happy about it. The university ran a $55 million operating surplus last year, but whenever they run an operating surplus, they just transfer it to their capital budget so they can like build hot. We're building a $35 million hockey rink right now. while they're saying everyone's gotta, make sacrifices. Um, where are you, Ethel? I don't know if there's anything else that'll advance the clock except for me finding Ethel. And also, the crisis that they're using to not just with us, but with pretty much all the different uh, employee groups at the university. The line they're using is, "Oh, we've got this deficit. There's a 3 year, there's a deficit projected in the budget for the next 3 years." But the deficit that they're projecting is almost exactly equivalent to the new discretionary spending that they added to the budget for the next 3 years. So it's just literally they took a budget that was almost balanced, and they're just like, let's put a deficit in there, and uh, and then they won't bargain in good faith. It is all very unpleasant. And I'm a pretty good teacher, I think, but I am very much just like I'm some guy, right? You know, uh, I'm not yet some famous technical writer guy. Although the text, I might actually be becoming the co-author of a successful textbook in its next edition, as the current author is looking to move on, and thought I might be the guy to do it. But yeah, like I'm just some guy. And even so, I believe that I should, be paid fairly. I think I contribute to the university. But like we have people at the university who are like, like not just some guy, like we have men and women who are doing like major research, who, you know, are names that reflect on the university, not just through their work, but through their very just their brand, so to speak. And the university should be valuing those people, and the other people like me, people who are just, uh, good-hearted people who are trying to do a good job. So we'll see what happens. Uh, Got to try to keep the confident, like keep the keep the faith with our union strategy. But one thing, it sounds like we got a real war chest. So and also from people I know people on the board or adjacent to the board, the general gist that has been suggested to me is that they think they're going to lock us out, that we don't have much of a strike fund, and basically we're going to be starving and begging them to let us come back to work for whatever terms they want in like a couple weeks. And they want it to be that way, but it's another way. So interesting times. I've never fought a Medusa in Dungeons and Dragons. I always get mildly. It's kind of silly for me to say what I'm about to say. Sometimes I'm like, why aren't they called Gorgons? But I'm sure there's a different thing that's Gorgons in D&D and Pathfinder. Where are you, Ethel? I hope we aren't just like soft locked somehow. Okay. I was curious. Can I go in Seely's house and find one of the tasks that I did not complete according to my end game summary last time? Was there's at least one bit of religious iconography for me to find, and it could be Christian. Obviously, there's a Christian chapel here, but also Seely, the cook, is apparently Voodoo adjacent. Okay. Well, I don't know. Walk through the manor. See if there's anything anywhere that will trigger the turning of the clock. Oh, now that Lillian's gone, I can look in the cabinet. Was it Lillian that took the dagger? No. Cautiously, you peek inside the open door of the cabinet. Not surprisingly, part of the Colonel's weapons collection is housed there. Within the cabinet, you see an Australian boomerang, a steel cutlass, a pearl-handled dagger, a mace, and an antique crossbow. Also, most of the chairs look pretty old. There's Chekhov's gun. Laura will eventually possess that gun, but not because she's going to steal it for herself before somebody else takes it. Nothing going on up here. Can't go down into Jeeves' bedroom. It's quite possible he's in his bedroom, in his cellar, but that the door is locked because Fifi and him are. Colonel is presumably right. I've already determined the Colonel's not in here. Suggests that he's downstairs, but he wasn't. Is he now? I don't know. And then I think it's just go back outside. And there's the dreadful possibility that the game is soft locked somehow. The alternate and also somewhat dreadful possibility is that it's just an RNG lock. Just I have to keep on screen flipping outside until I roll. Ethel stumbles along drunkenly. Oh, the elevator is down here. Is that because I left it down here? No, I don't think so. Okay, check the secret passage again. Nope. No new evidence. I mean, whatever. The Colonel was in there. We feel very confident about that. All right. We got to find Ethel. Sometimes she has appeared as soon as I stepped into a place, and sometimes I had to stand there a few seconds. Which is not helpful. If there's anyone more familiar with the game than me that thinks they have an insight here. A reliable way to trigger Ethel. Knowledge that you must trigger Ethel before 10:45 or you're locked forever. Anything like that will be handy. Oh no. I find in especially video game RPGs, I guess. Yeah. Thank you, David. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure I'm just being RNG bullied. Ah. Yeah, I find in video game RPGs, petrification is such a frustrating condition to have. Uh, unless they basically nerf it and just make it like, you know, like a cooler looking sleep. Yeah, I vaguely remember, or maybe I specifically remember, because what I have done recently is I tried after my first playthrough. I was like, maybe I can reread some of Jason Dyer's playthrough on the Renga and Blue All the Adventures Project blog, and I had to stop that very quickly. Yes, I remember that. I can picture that creature. I think from the D&D Fourth Edition Monster Manual now. Now that you mention it, killing me. They're killing me softly here. Look for Ethel. You'll have to do that yourself. But I don't want to do it myself. So possibly I read very recently in the very small bit of Jason Dyer's write up I was able to get through before I was like, oh, oops, I'm going to spoil myself on stuff. Um, I vaguely remember him saying one of his frustrations with the game was it seeming so RNG reliant for certain things. So hopefully that's all that's happening here. I don't know. What the fuck? Laura, please don't feed the animals. Yikes. Well, okay. Yeah. Like I walked along there in the first playthrough, and you can go like on the screen with the crocodiles again and again, and they won't eat you. Ethel, please. Okay. I'm going to do some careful internet searching to see if I can not spoil myself on anything, but also figure this out. Act 4, Colonel's Bequest. Time advances. Oh, cool. Displacer Beast is a great enemy. Okay. Gotta partially unfocus my eyes here. I'm looking at a straight up fact, but oh, weird. There you go. You just had to let it out. Okay. Uh, uh, yes. I will clarify. I don't know that that's like a. I can't even say like that's a Nova Scotia thing. I've never heard anybody say any form of it. Oh, that. Okay. All right. Act 4. Looking only at the last entries. Okay. I go back and forth on GIF GIF. Hello, Panda World. It's 10:45, which, according to this fact that I'm trying to obliquely skim to figure out why it's not going, is the most frustrating section. Okay. Hello, Stimpinski. Well, you're soon enough that it's not the end. Oh, I missed something. Cedric calls them FAQs in the singular, but the website is GameFAQs. Interesting. Well, there you go. It's just the cultured. Uh, I just have a certain, Europeanness about me. Oh, nice. I haven't gone swimming in so long. I suspect I will just instantly drown if I ever do it again. All right. Well, the bad news is that the FAQ here tells me to just go to the Rose Garden to find Ethel stumbling. So I don't know. I mean, she's demonstrably not here. But could I stand here a minute and inspire her to be here? I do, of course. Like, it's not like they can't take the option of just going back away from me. But if we do that, then like I have to try to make sure that I achieve all the other things. You can't kick out the pieces. You form a union. So like you move your rook to their knight and it becomes part of like a rook knight. It's not promising that Ethel is clearly not here. Interesting. All right, there we go. Looking alive in Act 5, baby. Oh, interesting. So you're not even taking over their piece. You're just literally like just handcuffing yourselves together. All right. Got to set up my Act 5 spreadsheet. On my first playthrough, I took notes by act. Now on the second go through, until you attack the piece. This piece chess variant sounds fascinating. British, did you get past it? And then like in the next room, it's like 5 more Medusas. Is that what the sighing is inspired by here? All right. Centering all these things. Oh no. Just different enemy capacities that nullified different party members. Oh no. Okay. Per my notes, I'm not sure that anybody gets murdered. That's exactly Lord Azul. He is British is playing the Kingmaker computer game. Oh goodness. Okay, can I keep following Ethel? Paco Saco. Paco Saco chess. All right. Got myself a tab for that later. I don't think that following Ethel around as she stumbles drunkenly actually accomplishes anything, but who knows? What notes I do have for Act 5 are not super detailed. But Jeeves is in his room, so he'll be able to go in his room again. He's getting ready for Miss Fifi. Celie should be at home. The Colonel is having an argument with Lily in his room. We'll spy on that. Ethel's stumbling drunkenly. Fifi goes back to her room and changes, getting ready for Jeeves. Clarence should be in the parlor. Okay. Can we see the ghost? One time in my first playthrough, I came to this place and saw a ghost. Hey, there's something here right now, isn't there? That's odd. Right, the rolling pin. Take it. You can't get that. Look at rolling pin. You see a rolling pin and some muddy footprints. Look at rolling pin with monocle. Okay. Look at footprints with monocle. You're not close enough. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Using Wilbur's monocle as a magnifying glass, you carefully examine the muddy impression and see that it is definitely a boot print. Aha! There on the sole is an insignia of an eagle. Okay. Good. And we can't take the rolling pin. I'm sure we did. Just got to call it the rolling pin. As you pick up the rolling pin, you notice a muddy footprint nearby. We've already done that, actually, Laura. Examine rolling pin. Yep. Examine rolling pin with monocle. So you scrutinize the entire rolling pin with Wilbur's monocle. Aha! You have discovered traces of blood on it. It's a murder pin. Okay? But for who? My notes from playthrough 1 didn't have a new dead person this time. Then again, I suppose Wilbur could have been bludgeoned to death with all manner of different weapons. Gotta keep checking the cabinet. It's all there. Okay. I think I actually want to go back to Celie next. Show her the rolling pin. See what she has to say about that. Wait, it's not Celie's house. This is the Rose Garden. She's back inside, but I don't believe Celie ever goes on the move again. Oof. That does not sound fun. Nice to see you again, Miss Laura. Won't you come in? Yes, I hope you don't find this too upsetting, Celie. But I would like to show you a murder rolling pin. I could care less. Really? Okay. Can I tell her about the rolling pin? She does not care. Tell about the footprints. No surprise me none. Tell about the eagle. No. Tell about Ethel. I gave up on Miss Ethel long ago. That is strange behavior. What was the solution? Ah, I should have asked her about, did I save while I was in there? Fortunately, video game characters don't necessarily find it annoying if you come into their home, then immediately leave, and then immediately knock on the door to come back. I don't know why, but I'm having a real bad feeling in my bones. I think there's a bad moon arising. Ask about the moon. How'd I know about that? So, this could be a case of just, the details getting lost in translation at some point. Or it could be a terrible sign, British, that when you finally get past the satyrs, you're going to be heading into just a wall of blindness causing enemies. Can we just ask her straight up about voodoo? Voodoo is a way of keeping the evil spirits from bringing us down. Ask about her necklace. It's a healing necklace. Yeah. Ah, that's a very puts me in mind of Dark Souls. Where you go into every boss fight by going through a fog wall. Okay. Seely's in her home. I might as well note that. In the notes. And then, well, let's say we go drop in on Mr. Jeeves. The chickens. Oh, I get it. I was like, the chickens look more eager. But that's because I have the speed turned up a little bit. If you want Laura to walk faster, you also have to deal with the chickens going faster. Open the cellar. Go in. There's sexy Mr. Jeeves. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This feels like foreshadowing of some blindness causing enemies coming up. Look at Jeeves. Jeeves must be getting ready to see someone special, as he's taking great pains with his appearance while standing at the sink. Look at these flowers. You notice a lovely bouquet of flowers on Jeeves' bed. You have a feeling you know who will be the recipient of these flowers. Examine the flowers. No. Look at flowers with monocle. No. Feels like I think it would be very justified, Mr. Jeeves, just be rude to Laura right now. Not you again. Getting ready for Fifi? Kindly leave my room. Hold on, I saw some foot. Please leave. I mean, I do think it's fair that he wants me to leave. Doesn't appear that Jeeves is interested in it. Well, hold on. Let's. Obviously, he doesn't want it because he has Fifi, right? It's true, David, but I feel like that even makes sense. Because she was just invited by Lillian. That's Jeeves' toilet. If you need to use one, go upstairs. Can't imagine Laura will open this closet with Jeeves right there. But what if? You really are a snoop, Laura. There's nothing here for you. Look at these bricks, Laura. Does one of them look like a secret switch? Yep. That's a brick wall, all right. Portion of the back wall looks different than the rest. It appears to have been bricked up. Secret entrance? Maybe. Yeah, Lillian. Yeah. It's like the dialogue is definitely I think the weakest part of the game. Possibly largely just due to the simultaneous constraints of like storage space for extra text and labor for, Roberta Williams and her creative colleagues to write the dialogue. So there's just a lot of just, no, I don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. Don't want to talk about it. I don't care that everyone's getting murdered. But then, yeah, just like everyone's just like pissed off that Laura's there. And like, I guess with Lillian, you could say like, obviously Lillian's going through some shit. Oh, well, there's a time trigger. But let's not trigger the passage of time until we've really stretched our legs here. And it is indeed faster to just write that, spit whatever Laura's trying to say or do back to her in an insulting way code than it is to do it bespokely. All right. Yeah. Clarence in the parlor. That is a note that I had. So if I want to enter the house without passing time, I guess I'll go through the back door. I have not, but those are both on my mental list for the near future. I'm already preemptively mildly disappointed that Dagger of Amon-Ra is a more conventional adventure game. Although Cedric has assured me that some of the adventure game mechanics are about, doing an investigation. Plus, I think although she doesn't get a ton of characterization here, I like the Laura Bow character concept just as, a 1920s journalism student solving mysteries. That's good. That works for me. So I'm looking forward to that. And then, yeah, the Crimson Diamond sounds very cool. And if I'm remembering correctly, hold on. Right. Yeah. It's CanCon. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean that's what they say. Because like this is a game using adventure game mechanics to do an experiment in fiction. Well, it's not immediately obvious to me from Wikipedia whether Julia Minimata, who is apparently the developer publisher of the Crimson Diamond, is herself Canadian, but the game is set in Canada, which is cool. Oh, nice. Like First Nations. Is that what you mean, Cedric? Cool. Cool. Oh, really? Wow. All right. Yes. Okay. This one doesn't advance time. Look at her. Fifi must be getting ready to see someone special. She want to talk right now? Probably not. You should not be in here, mademoiselle. This is my private room. If you'll just excuse me for a moment, I'm going to search the clothes you just took off. Oh, cool. Okay. I have two problems that can kind of be addressed simultaneously. These aren't big problems. But I always mean to be spending more time watching other people's streams on subjects of interest, or just of regulars who are streaming. Regular audience members here who also stream themselves. But I'm bad at finding that time. And then I've also been meaning to work more on my drawing, my pixel art. And I could solve those two problems together with the also additional time I have on my hands because my employer won't let me come to work. I don't know, British. Hold on. I'm not at all certain. Look around in here. Do the maid clothes. Nope. Even when she takes off her maid clothes, there's nothing of any importance in there. Okay. I'm sorry that I'm invading your private quarters. Most of the time, I feel that he is the only one who understands me. Did you know that Ethel's all drunk? I really do not care about that woman. She is no good. What do you think of this rolling pin, Miss Fifi? I do not want to look at it. Well, fine. If that's how you feel. Oh, Fifi, you are not long for this world. Wait. Take my dead ones. I can fill out the whole spreadsheet for them really quickly. My daddies. Quick note that Clarence and Rudy are in their rooms. All right, in the rooms that they're in. Don't want to go directly into the Colonel's room. I want to spy on him. But hold on. Is there anything that I feel like I could... Well, it's only fair. I watched her change. Oui, that is Henry's cigar. Well, thank you. Jeeves is looking good. Now, mademoiselle. You should not be watching him. Oh, but he's just... You know? He must have to chop firewood or something, because... He's looking good. Alright. Celie's just chilling. Celie needs to keep her 3 cents to herself. Tell about... Lillian. She's got the doll madness going. I hate to spill the beans, but she is a strange one. She makes me very nervous. Yeah, exactly. He's a real, Oh, I'm sure there are many examples, even though I'm blanking now. Who's got an old face and is totally ripped? Dr. Wagner Jr. Although, Dr. Wagner Jr. actually doesn't even... He is an old man. But he's like a super handsome old man. When he unmasked, it was one of those things. It was like, you know, because he wrestled like not just in like he had the full luchador mask, like covers his mouth and everything, and he had a long career and didn't lose his mask until like I believe his late 50s. And then when he unmasked, it's like, oh, it's fucking movie star handsome. Nobody's in here. I bet they haven't left their suitcases unlocked. They should let you, once everybody's dead, you should just get to go around and gather up all their suitcases, just throw them out the window. See if they'll bust open. Get a knife from the kitchen, just carve the leather. Like, how good is a suitcase lock in 1922 or whatever? Okay. What else do I have here in my notes? The only two alive people I haven't checked on are Lillian and the Colonel, who, as I currently know, are assuming, because actually my old notes are by act rather than by like minute to minute. Go spy on them in a minute, but I should also be looking for more evidence. Yeah, that's true. What is that crowbar going to be used for? If I could get into Jeeves's room when he wasn't there, could I pry open the bricks with the crowbar? Oh, you know what? This is clearly going to advance time when I spy on them. So I guess, in the interest of thoroughness, I should prowl the grounds a wee bit. And see if anything's afoot. See if we can get eaten by alligators in a new spot. La da da da. Da 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 da. This goddamn well. At least Laura's getting a good shoulder workout, but like, yep, it's a bucket. It's a bucket every time. Is it because I haven't typed the right thing in the parser to get Laura to put her hand in it and be like, oh. This is where Jeeves keeps his spare key to the cellar. Turn the speed up a touch. Fortunately, we have the save, so we'll just teleport back. Yeah. Look in the bucket, and then a scaly arm comes out. Creature from the Black Lagoon. It's hard to imagine. Hello, Sitar Hero. Hard to imagine anybody saying that to Laura Bow, just based on the way people react to her in this game. This is dreadful. Poor Ethel. And I guess first time around, I did not. First time around, I didn't find Ethel until Act 7. But I guess this is when she was killed. She's bludgeoned and stashed in the carriage house. Adding dead to the notes for her. She is dead. Excellent. I mean, no. It's not excellent. It's bad. Murder is bad. Something terrible is going on around here, and you suddenly feel a cold fear spreading ominously throughout your body. 3 dead bodies could be a coincidence, but 4 dead bodies, there is something scary afoot. Well, look at Ethel. Looks like Ethel was hit fatally on the head with a heavy, blunt instrument, perhaps a rolling pin. Was she killed by her own daughter? Who is doing which murders? I don't know. But later on, we'll get the suggestion that Lillian was wearing some of the Colonel's clothes. The rolling pin, which seems like it might be the bludgeoning weapon here, was found next to a footprint that an eagle insignia, which seems like it would be the Colonel's army boots. Well, let's toss her pockets. And then 4 murders solidifies the pattern. You fearfully search Ethel's body and find that she was indeed killed by a terrible hit on the head. Examine Ethel with monocle. Yeah, she was hit with a heavy, blunt instrument. Search the boat. You see poor Ethel lying in the boat. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yes. Fair. That's true. Could have done that one myself without the text parser. Going to run to the washroom, folks. Brief intermission. I'll be right back with you, and maybe we'll break this case wide open. Hang tight. And we're back at it. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, that is annoying. Like both in the just it doesn't make sense aspect and in the hey, is that a bird? The owl is on his nightly rodent patrol. He pays little attention to you. Oh yeah, I was gonna say I'm not getting owl from this bird, but then it turned its head and I was like, oh okay, yes, I see how that's an owl. Well, might as well do my ghost sweep. One time on my first playthrough, I saw a ghost here. If I had to guess, I would say it's the ghost of Sarah Crouton. But I don't know. Look around. See a rusted iron bell at the top of an old bell tower. A rope dangles a short distance beneath the bell while a ladder runs up the tower's side. Behind a weathered fence, you also notice the remnants of the old plantation's fields. Okay. I've not had good luck with what I don't know if I ever tried pulling this. Yeah, okay. Nothing happens. And I've got oil and I can unrust the bell. And then my reward for that is it falls on my head. But is there some way? I don't know why it would benefit me to ring the bell anyway. Look at the bell. Dusty cobwebs cover the old bell that over years has rusted in place. Search the bell tower. It's not clear. Search the bell. Examine bell with monocle. Okay. Oil bell. Oil in the rusted bell may have loosened it. Can I move the bell? You can never carry around that big bell. Ring the bell from here. Need to pull on the rope. Can I do that from up here? No, you're not close enough. Because, yeah, all I got was Laura killed, which feels like it might just be a joke. Because, you know, it feels adventure gamey to get the carrot, to give it to the horse, to get the oil can, to oil the bell, and then use the cane to ring the thing, and then the bell just falls on her head. But what if, now that I've oiled it, may have loosened it? Tighten the bell. I don't have like a screwdriver or anything. Look in the bell. You cannot look into the bell from here. Yeah, I've definitely had the joke death with the bell. And then she says, I'm passing by right now. And I was like, but what if there's more? I feel like there's not, but what if there is? Reaching up with the cane, you pull. Uh-oh. Now you're a real Southern belle. What the hell are you saying about me? Hold on. Can I just... Not close enough. Look out, it's falling. Literally the solution. Whew, that was close. The solution to not being killed is actually just to not stand directly under it. I wish I'd tried that on the first time through. I got the, like, I started out just like I walked in the screen. I was like, why don't I look closer into the bell? Oh, like there's a different one you can get that's funnier or more horrible or something. But then when I tried to look in the bell and it was like, you can't look in the bell from here, I was like, I got to be able to get the bell down. But why? Oh, you see nothing there. Look at the bell. What's that attached to the bell? Some sort of old metal crank. Let's take the crank. Okay. Thinking it might be useful. You remove the crank from the bell and take it with you. Intriguing. Well, maybe that's something I need to do. Well, in this case, Cedric, I wasn't even thinking it was cruelty so much as I thought it was just a gag. Just like, no, this is not, you're not playing an adventure game. You don't need to get the carrot to give to the horse to get the, you know. I should have realized. I should have at least tried standing slightly off to the side. But okay, we have a crank. Look at the crank. Okay, it's crank. I suppose it is, yeah. Look at crank with monocle. You examine it with the monocle, but don't see anything interesting. Although if you're being responsible, can I look around up here specifically? A rope dangles a short distance down, but I bet that was supposed to say down, from the tower, while a ladder runs up the tower's side behind a weathered fence. Yeah, okay. I don't think I can look at anything up here. Yeah, Dwan. Doesn't quite sound like something a southern person would say in their accent, but you never know. So, okay, so we've got a crank. What's the crank for? Yeah, this is Louisiana. Can the crank attach to the shaft that's attached to the fountain? I don't know why that would be the case. Or what value I would hope to derive from it. But having gotten something out of the bell now fills me with hope that I can get something out of that fountain. I bet Sealy has a very straightforward opinion about this crank. I bet that she doesn't care about it. I ain't never seen anything like that. All right, you have a good time then. Chekhov's bridge, Chekhov's gators. Seems odd if the crank just adds on to the shaft, but what if it does? Or valve? The crank doesn't fit on the shaft. Remove the shaft. Take the shaft. The metal shaft can't be taken. What do you want to do with the crank? I want to attach it. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm willing to ask this question of those who are in the know. This isn't a thing where it's like, you got to attach the crank, not the valve shaft, you fool. And now you've ruined it. I assume it's not. Other than that, don't tell me what the crank's for. But if it's specifically that. Throw crank. Okay. Good to know, even if so far I don't know why, unless it is something that will just get me the love of the ghost of Sarah Crouton. Turn this handle. Compare cranks. Search the bucket. No. Look at the bucket with the monocle. Yeah, it's a fucking bucket, Laura. Okay. Maybe I can afford to advance time a little. I guess the last thing I should do before definitely going somewhere that advances time is see if I am currently able to apprehend that conversation in the Colonel's bedroom. I know it happens in this act based on my notes. The Lillian and the Colonel, you know, where the Colonel basically reveals, like, yes, I am every bit the ornery, miserable bastard I seem to be. Where is this crank going to attach to? Sacre bleu, Fifi. Do you know about this crank? It is a crank, Miss Laura. What more can I tell you, mademoiselle? Look at the crank. Is that crank does not look, how you say, familiar? Okay. Oh, did you know that Ethel's dead? She's not just drunk. Finally, this is what's going to get the host guests caring about the murders. Tell Fifi specifically that Ethel is dead. Mademoiselle, it is dark outside. Shadows come and go. The wind blows. It is easy to think you see something when you really do not. You did it, didn't you? You killed Ethel. Dear sweet Ethel. Never had a bad word to say about anybody. Unless she had too much to drink or not enough to drink. All right. If I walk in here, do I interrupt their conversation? Sacre bleu. Has anyone been spying and leaving evidence of their spying behind in here? No. Is Lillian in here? No. Lillian will actually leave her suitcase unlocked later. Nobody else has done that so far. And nobody's carrying their suitcase keys with them. Or if they are, they're hiding them well enough. Oh no. What if some of them have been unlocked? And I'm literally just missing the possessive. Probably not. Yeah. It was a nursery. It's a makeshift guest room. Can I get any more information from this portrait of the Colonel? Above the fireplace, you notice a picture of Colonel de Jaume in his younger, more vital days. On the opposite wall, yeah. We've already figured that little bit out. Thank you very much. Okay. Got to remember to try to keep on checking back to all my secret passages in the different time increments. But I guess I'll use this one to advance time right now. $11:15. Let us not talk falsely now, for the hour is getting late. Why you treating me this way, Uncle Henry? Don't you care how I feel? Don't I matter to you anymore? You matter to me the same way everyone else does, no more, no less. I say. But I don't understand it. I thought I was special. I thought you cared for me more than for Gloria, or Rudy, or any of the others. You're right. You thought that. You were wrong. What about when I used to come and visit you? You were like a father to me. How can you be like this now? I'm afraid you misunderstood a lot of things, Lillian. I was just trying to help my sister, that's all. To me, you were just a insecure, whiny kid. I won't hear any more of this. You're lying to me, Uncle Henry. Somebody's behind this, I just know it. And I intend to find out who it is. Au revoir, Uncle Henry. What in tarnation? $11.15 revisited. Sometime soon we're getting murdery up in here. But we can pin down a little bit more. I'm pretty sure it's the next act where Jeeves and Fifi are going to get it. And given that we do have the silliness, you notice a faint aroma of perfume. Smell the perfume, Laura. Memorize it. Okay. So, incomplete included people with a telltale scent. So, if we make a gender normative assumption here that the perfume is worn by a lady, we have Seeley, but I'm going to just go right out and say I'm going to cross her off the suspect list. And then we have Fifi and Lillian. I don't know. Like, who's Lillian spying on in there? But who's Fifi spying on in there? I guess they could be spying, because I was thinking, like, why would Lillian go in the room to spy on Lillian? Unless she's suspicious of her friend Laura. But then also they could be spying on Rudy and or Clarence. And that might even make more sense. Now, if we go in the Colonel's room, here's this miserable old jerk. I think I already did this. But let's try again. What are you doing with my cigar butt? I'm just helping to clean up around here. I don't need you cleaning up, lady. The only woman who should be coming in here showing me bud is Fifi. Locked. They're just gonna always be locked. Always? I don't know. But frequently. Locked. But I'm supposed to be able, like, in the previous game, it's only Lillian who eventually left her, or that I found, who eventually left her thing unlocked. There's always the possibility it's a glitch. Right? You've got a lot of different... What do you think of this crank, Colonel? Nope. He just stares. Takes a long draw on his cigar and just waits for Laura to leave. Okay. Has Fifi moved by now? No, she's got a primp. She needs at least a half hour to get her makeup ready for Jeeves. Jeeves is just downstairs oiling his pecs. I gotta say, now that it's in the past, I really like I like that bell puzzle. I like when the solution to something. Oh, right. Not trying to advance time just yet. I like when the solution to something is just like, yep. If the bell falls straight down when you ring it, just stand off to the side and ring it. You should be okay. I know from having read a bit that some people really don't like the puzzle in King's Quest 3, such as it is as a puzzle, where Alexander, like, there's a key, I think it's a key that you find on top of a cabinet, but you have to stand on the other side of the room and look. And on the one hand, like, if you didn't think of that, it'd be really frustrating. If like that was something that tripped you up for a while. But like as an actual thing, it just makes sense. Yes, you can see better onto that. Oh, damn it. I suspect, like I said, we're getting more and more into the territory of like, there's not as much. Look at the statue. Look at base of statue. Now, examine statue with monocle. You find a crankshaft. No. I mean, that crank's going to attach somewhere. And we know that Laura has been, putting in the work. She's ready to crank when the time comes. Is Lillian back with her dolls? You know what? I should go gossip with Seely about the upsetting interaction between the Colonel and Lillian. See if there's any dialogue for that. It's not obvious to me whether the Colonel is just a miserable bastard or if, like, is Lillian's theory right? He has some reason to want to be pretending? I don't know. I can't think of what it would be. Nice to see you again, Miss Laura. Tell about Colonel and Lillian. I don't want to hear no more about that quarrels. I just want some peace around here. And that's fair. That's fair, Seely. Okay. I don't think there's any. Okay. Yeah. I guess check the secret passages. Is the telltale perfume smellable downstairs? Ah, can't go in that way. Is Jeeves still down here? Oh, hey, door works. Yes, he is. Oh, I should have asked Fifi about perfume. What do you make of this crank, Mr. Jeeves? Doesn't give a shit. Kindly leave my room. Yeah, that's fair. I really can't begrudge you being pissed off that I keep coming into your room while you're getting dressed. While you're primping. So somewhere in the rose garden, which hasn't otherwise really played a major role. So somewhere in there to attach a shaft. I don't know. Let's move this clock. Nothing new in here. Move the mirror. Okay. I think we're just about ready to go to 11:30. But let me go. I should periodically check in and see if we've lost track of that pearl-handled dagger. Be good to know when it was taken as I try to put all this together. Look in the cabinet. It's all there. By the time it's 2 a.m. and I'm just walking around the grounds being like, attach cabinet to blaze, attach crank to blaze, attach crank to dollhouse. Okay, well, actually, let me just once more go up here and okay. Look at urn. 2 marble pedestals. Examine pedestal. Examine pedestal. With monocle. Look closely. No. And the urn, of course, is empty, as will this one be. Attach crank. No. I was hoping to get a parser hiccup. Have it be like, you know, but this noun is not here. And you're like, aha. Okay. I don't imagine. Actually, maybe I can spy on Clarence. Maybe he's ranting to the parrot. And for that matter, why don't I look in here on Rudy? Rudy's just looking gentlemanly. That advances time. You see Rudy having dessert and coffee in the dining room. Okay. And then this is going to make it 11:45. So what am I doing here? Am I taking a big swing and saying, I don't think there's anything important happening? And I don't mind just skipping ahead? I don't know. Well, I did just realize I can fill out more. Parlor. Dining room. At home. In room. Getting ready for Fifi. I don't know where Lillian went at this point, but possibly into the secret passages if that was her perfume. Can I also talk to these gentlemen? Look at Rudy. Rudy's enjoying a cup of coffee and a piece of pie. Oh yeah, how's the coffee look? What kind of pie? No. Hey, Rudy. Ah, Laura, you still up? It's getting so quiet around here. Everybody must have gone to bed. Must have. Who's that? Who's prowling the grounds now that Ethel is dead? Who's even alive? Could be Fifi, I guess. The Colonel. Clarence. Rudy's right in front of me. Could be Seeley. Jeeves. Lillian. I guess it could be the ghost of Sarah Dijon. What do you make of this crank, Rudy? I don't care about any old crank, kid. I saw a footprint. I don't care about it. I saw the Colonel and Lillian fighting. Might be good news. I should ask him about his coffee and his pie. Maybe he's the connoisseur. Get him to open up on his love of coffee. Tell about Lillian and Colonel. Lillian's always had this thing with Uncle Henry. Don't mean nothing to me. She's also kind of just, with the dolls. Whew. Don't want to talk about my wacky cousin. How do you feel about the fact that Fifi and Jeeves kind of seem like they're going to be hooking up? Well, I always thought they were in cahoots together. Yeah, you've said that before. You old jerk. What do you make of this rolling pin? Don't want to look at it. I'm a man, Laura. That looks like Uncle Henry's cigar butt. Throw it away. All right. You know, maybe I'll come to regret blowing right through here, but whatever. If I do, I guess I can, worst case scenario, I can just load a save back. It's not like I'm maintaining the purity of the continuity here anyway. Oh, I didn't even ask him about his coffee. Clarence looks forlorn as he sits alone at the bar having a drink. What's he drinking? It's a glass of very fine imported cognac. What you drinking, Clarence? I don't know anything about it. His cigar wasn't mentioned. But what if the cigar being Uncle Henry's is a red herring? Can I compare them? I mean, not I, but will Laura do that in her own brain? That's a big cigar. Okay, yes, we get it. Clarence is a compensator. Clarence, did you know? Wait, how do you feel about getting your shit pushed in by Rudy? Watch out for that guy. He's trouble wherever he goes. I happen to know he has too many gambling debts. One of these days, he'll get what's coming to him. Hold on, did I know last time? Yes, I did know that he had gambling habits. That Rudy had gambling habits. Okay. Oh, the fucking horse's name. I meant to ask him about the horse. I gotta go back and look at the magazine. How am I for time? Not bad. I want to wrap up fairly soon, but I don't because I'm having fun. Sonny boy. Should have asked Rudy too. Well, what better time than now? Okay, that's not promising. But what if it suddenly understands it now? Probably not. Ask about the horse. No. Ask about the magazine. What about it? Tell about the footprint. So what? Look at this rolling pin. So? Look at this crank. I wouldn't know anything about it. Want to see some butt? It's not my cigar butt. What do you think of this record? It's no interest to me. We don't want to get him talking about why he doesn't like jazz. Okay. I think I've noticed them smiling at each other a lot lately, come to think about it. Yeah, how about that? You know that Rudy is, they don't like each other because they're both after the same thing. You know that the Colonel and Lillian are getting into it? Just let them be. They need to work this out on their own. Is Lillian really compos mentis to do that? Acting strange, is she? Well, that's not unusual for her. Notice that Jeeves, he's ripped. He seems sneaky to me, but I can't be sure about him. Ask about Fifi. Fifi tries to act nice and innocent, which is really nothing but a lousy gold digger. You know about the basement? I haven't been asking anyone about basement. How would I know? You know the secret of the fountain? I don't think he does. I wouldn't know about it. Okay. Okay. Excuse me, Polly. Would you like a cracker? Jeeves, kiss me again. Arrgh. Write that down real quick. Oh, one moment. There. Just shut the door. Danielle and her grandmother just got home from an outing, so they'll be watching television. They can be, to whatever extent closing the door can help spare them from my projection. A bum 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 bum. Excuse me, Fifi. I would not know about that. Okay, if you say so. All right. Well, we know how to get to Act 6. Oh, wait, no. I meant ask about cigar. What cigar butt? You mean mine? I don't think so. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Show butt. This, you've already shown. Okay, good. Great. Never you mind. Wait, you know anything about this perfume? I would know about it. You know anything about this perfume? What difference does it make? All right. Go see if Lillian's back in the dollhouse and if we can interact with her there. And then you know what? Maybe it's time to. None of these people are nice enough to say that. I don't care nothing about your flat white butt, Laura. It's all there. Okay. Open the door. Nothing. Might as well see if our ghostly friend shows up. And then let's go to Act 6, I guess. Not sure I'll do a full third playthrough, but if I wrap this one up and I'm still not, maybe there's like, you know, I'll think about where could I resume that seems like it might get me to whatever it is that I've been missing. I wonder if I get the found religious article thing just by getting Seely to confirm to me that it is a healing necklace that I returned to her. How am I going to get in that base? Is the crank the way to the basement? I don't know. I've gone back in here. Okay. Well, Let's move along. It does feel like in general, like especially the more thorough you're trying to be, it's sort of like a funneling. Where Act 1, if you're trying to be thorough, it's like, oh man, it takes a while. Like Act 2 especially. And then eventually it's just like, okay, well. So was Lillian spying on her uncle to try to figure out whatever? I don't know. It's midnight. The witching hour. Spreadsheet is almost ready. At least we're getting original content. Gertrude, of course, is dead and has been. Gloria is dead. Just marking off the dead. Dr. Wilbur is dead. Ethel is dead. And probably we got 2 more dead folks, but let's find out. The elevator's not there. Look at the wheelchair. The colonel's wheelchair sits empty in the middle of the room. Search it. Try another way to say that. Examine wheelchair. Sits empty. Examine it with monocle. You have better things to do than that. Move the wheelchair. There's no reason for you to move the wheelchair. What if I'm just curious? Okay. At this point, the colonel is not in his wheelchair. We know that much about him. He's taken the elevator down. But before he had taken it up, because when I came through... Okay. So the colonel's been up. Perhaps he's frantically going back and forth between up and down. Where in tarnation did I put that crank? Whoops, got a hit in the middle. Is the evidence already here? A small empty bottle. Look at the bottle. Take the bottle. After retrieving the small bottle from the wastebasket, you read its label. It says Dr. Milliken's Miracle Sleep Power. With Dr. Milliken's, you can be sure your dreams will be sweet tonight. Upon further inspection of the label, you notice some very small print at the bottom. Though you try to read the small print, you can't quite make it out. Giving up, you put the bottle back. Examine bottle with monocle. You read the small print of the sleeping powder bottle through the monocle. It says, can be fatal if taken in too large a dose. Uh-oh. All right. Time advances when we find Lillian in here. Okay. We'll let it ride. Check the passages. Yeah. Possibly even more. Any evidence someone's been using this passage? Not at present. Lillian's in her room right now. Colonel's on the move. Clarence? Yeah. Clarence in his room. Time advances. Very good, very good. But I don't want time to advance just yet. Presumably. Nothing much going on in here. Before I go find the corpses, let's look around downstairs. No one's in the parlor right now. Someone left a glass on the Clarence, obviously. Look at the glass. See, look at the empty glass. You notice a faint fingerprint on it. Picking up the glass, use Wilbur's monocle as a magnifying glass and notice a faint fingerprint, which you had already noticed. Still got 5 crackers. You get no reaction. Did I mistype? Yes, I left out 2 Polly, didn't I? Can't find her. Where's Gloria? Can't find her. Where's Gloria? Could this mean... Well, seems like what it means is that maybe Clarence did not murder Gloria. But who knows? I mean, he could just be feeding lines to the parrot to build his alibi. Do. It's like the Colonel's back upstairs now. He's a spry old fella. All right, check the secret passages. I guess I'll explore the grounds, at least before I really get going for this act. Okay. Check the grounds. Nothing much going on. Beauregard is gone. Where's Beauregard? I've made a note. I doubt that there's something new in the doghouse. It's empty. What? Why are you going inside, Laura? That is not what I asked you to do. Open the cellar. It's locked. And yet, as far as I remember, Jeeves does not have the key on him when you find him dead. Not open door, knock. Checking in on Celie actually advances time right now. What's you doing here, girl? Can't you feel the evil in the air? There's something real bad around here, and I'm staying put in my cabin behind locked doors. You get yourself on back to your room here. Can she respond to things? You ever noticed a strange perfume? No. Okay. For now, let's take it back. Wait a minute. No, yeah. Okay. Forgot to save after getting more information from Polly, so I don't know if it matters. But also, you know, we want to be good. Oh, it definitely matters because gotta see that fingerprint. Notice that she walks back to almost exactly where I was standing when it told me that I was too far away. No, don't save over this one. You're screwing up all our record keeping. Okay, there we go. I'm not inclined to say we're going to find anything too exciting on the grounds, but who knows? Maybe this is the moment. In the bucket. Okay. Look in the well. It's too dark. You look into the well. This is deep and dark. You can't see much. If I say look at the crank, yeah. Look at handle. You don't have it. Take the handle. You don't see it here. Well, what the hell does that mean? Have I just stumbled into knowledge somehow? Hold on. Got a message. I wonder if it's Danielle. Worth checking. No, it's not obvious to me based on the timing of all those notifications why it made a sound just now. Okay, pop across here. Look at the statue. Examine statue with the monocle. With monocle. Now, look at the base of the statue. Nothing special. That's Danielle calling me on the phone. Hang tight, King. I'll be right back. And we're back. She made a hot, fresh pot of coffee. Wanted to know if I wanted any. But I'm good. I think I'm good for coffee. Okay. Okay. Could it be that something happens in the carriage house now? Look at handle. You don't have it. That's going to drive me crazy. Where's the handle? Did I already go in the playhouse and verify that Lillian hasn't returned to it yet? Yeah, there's no murder tally yet. Oh, you know what? I think when I found the murder tally in my previous playthrough, and got to thinking that it was inaccurate somehow. That might have just been because Ethel had been murdered, but I did not find her body for hours after her death. Can we see the ghost? We can. Look at the ghost. Looks like a wisp of mist from the bayou. Talk to ghost. Be serious. This is no time for a seance. She points. When she's pointing. Nope. Okay. If I go immediately from seeing the ghost who points in the direction of the garden, of the hedge garden with the fountain garden, we could call it. Probably nothing. Damn it. Well. Oh, yep. My notes could have prepared me for that. Okay. Let's try this one more time and see if I can see the ghost again right now. Because it could be an RNG thing, obviously. And if I do indeed see said ghost. Okay, wait. You know what? Let's let time advance here and see if I can see the ghost. Look at Rudy. Rudy sits sullenly on the steps outside the colonel's study with old Beauregard accompanying him. Hey, Rudy. Ah, it's you again, is it? You should be up sleeping like everybody else. Nobody's sleeping, Rudy, except those who are sleeping the sleep of the dead. You know, Celie's barricaded herself in her hut? I ain't interested. You know anything with this perfume smell? Don't want to talk about nothing right now. Got some thinking to do. Got some gambling habits? No. You're getting on Rudy's nerves, Laura. You should probably go. All right, I can take a hint. All right, it's not exactly a hint. So much as an explicit instruction. Is there somewhere the crank can attach in the crypt? Here's the ghost. She points. She vanishes. Is it anything? I don't know. Probably not. But maybe. Does the Crouton family play any role in this? Rudy stays. I should note that. Rudy could have just poisoned them. Be sitting there thinking about his crime. Any chance that the ghost of Sarah Crouton will now meet me? By her fountain that she loves? No. Ghost could be a red herring. I don't know. Okay. Well, let's go find those two murdered lovebirds. What if Jeeves does just have his key and I didn't search him last time like a dummy? We could always hope. What is happening around here? You've discovered poor Fifi and Jeeves lying dead on the floor with their spilled drinks nearby. You don't like the looks of this, at all. Okay, look at glasses. It appears that Fifi and Jeeves were drinking cognac when they died. Look at the glasses with the monocle. Now, look at Fifi. It's not readily apparent how Jeeves and Fifi died, so there are no wound marks on their bodies. Search Fifi. You thoroughly examine Jeeves and Fifi's bodies, but cannot see how they might have died. You are very puzzled. Oh, come on, Laura. Examine the bottle. Strange white powder has collected in the bottom of the cognac decanter. Examine it with the monocle. Bending over the cognac decanter, you carefully examine it with the monocle. Yes! Here are 2 clear fingerprints. I wonder if I'm supposed to actually be like noting what those fingerprints look like. I don't think they match the ones in the copy protection. Look at the flowers, the sad flowers. Can I search Jeeves specifically? No. Come on, Laura. Put 2 and 2 together here. Search the clothes. Move the clothes. Those are not your clothes. You can search them, but you really shouldn't be looking through them. Examine Jeeves with monocle. I don't know. Nope. Okay. Well, let's go see what the Colonel's situation is. He's back. Are you interested in the fact he's not? Stop spreading your lies, girl. Miserable old man. Okay. Move the cabinet. What else have I noted in my old notes? Not much. Fifi and Jeeves, of course, are dead. Jeeves is dead. Are you interested in the fact that you can now, endow a library or something in your will without feeling any guilt about leaving your servants unprovided for? But yeah, at this point, the only people alive, the only ones left, are Lillian, Seeley, Clarence, Rudy, and the Colonel. And of course, Clarence, in particular, is not long for this world. Or Lillian. And we don't know about Seeley. All right, we're watching Lillian. She's writing in her journal. Lillian is writing in a book, which she apparently keeps locked in her suitcase. As long as she remembers. And we advance time here too, don't we? Yep. 12:45. Clarence is writing at his desk. Writing about his sense of foreboding, if I recall correctly. Okay. Keep checking the secret passages as time goes by. We thought that Polly was repeating all of those things. She's actually just saying them. Colonel's on the move again. You don't really get another shot at his elevator, at least so far. I know we're sharing a room, Laura, but I would like to be alone for a little while. I need to do something privately. Well, I mean, your mom's dead, so you could just go in the nursery. What do you think this crank does? She doesn't give a shit about no crank. Is that your distinctive perfume? Not now. I have to do something first. All right, fine. Feel like we're never going to get a chance to talk, Lillian. Feel like you're going to get yourself dead. I might honestly wind up just in the next like half hour blitzing through to the end and then taking stock, and then we could like, I don't know. Not saying I'm definitely doing that. You care about this crank yet? No. Clarence? Please, Laura. I'm not in a mood to talk right now. Well, that's fair. He looks despondent. Look at him there, despondent away. Soon the bodies have been moved. Yep, and the flowers. Nothing special to notice about the room, apparently. Can I get randomly murdered? Nope. It's just an empty closet. Do 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 do. Whoop. Almost went and got my head bashed. Nothing happening here. Nothing happening here. Anybody else using the secret passages so far as we can tell? No. Move the mirror. Nothing. Okay. Has the pearl-handled dagger been moved yet? The hour is getting late. Is it a jar? Yeah, it's a jar. Look at cabinet. See if we can get some text about it being a jar. The leaded glass cabinet is wide open. Cautiously. Yeah. No dagger. And yet, the derringer hasn't been taken yet. Rudy. I don't want to talk about nothing right now. I got some thinking to do. Open this door. Nothing. When I eventually figure out what to do with the crank, how irritated do we think I'm going to feel? No. Okay. The handle noun seems to indeed be the player piano handle. Good to know. Good to know. That's slippery kernel. Is it just trying to knock on Seely's door again for the remaining time advancement? I think I'm going to let the momentum take over here. We'll see how quick it goes, because I am going to wind down in the nearish future. So maybe just run this thing to its climax. See how much better or worse I did, and revisit next time from around where I am now. There it is. What you doing here, girl? Etc. She did open the door to say that. Well, guess what? No. No response. Can I bother her by repeatedly knocking? Go away! I'm not unlocking this here door anymore. I mean, sure, that's fair. Lots more to fill out. 1, 115, 130, 145. Make them all bold. Widen them. Apply text wrapping. Fill out my deads. According to my notes, time for Clarence to get it. Okay. I'm going to keep checking in on Seely. Because eventually there's no response. As opposed to her saying, you quit your knocking, girl. There's no reason why Jeeves's home should reopen. I have a pry bar. Surely there's something to pry eventually. There's a basement that I still don't know how to get to. Oh, hey, it's Rudy. Where you going, pal? I don't remember this being fruitful. All I wrote down was, in my notes before, was Rudy's walking the grounds agitated. Which indeed he is. Hey, Blaze. Good horsey. Blaze, do you know what to do with this crank? There's the ghost of Sarah Crouton again. But it just points and does nothing. Okay. What if they've opened the tomb? Tomb door is sealed. No, it's not going to be opened. Does the Dijon family crypt I don't know. Maybe after I get the matches, if I light the lantern and look in the crypt, be like, hey, you never noticed. There's a spot to attach a crank in here. Oh, I don't think I ever found Sealy here. Well, look at Sealy. Sealy sits in a pew before the pulpit, her head bent in fearful prayer. Sorry to interrupt your fearful prayers. What are you doing here, girl? Something mighty terrible is happening. Evil spirits is all around us. I think we're gonna die before this night is over. Then you should have kept yourself locked in your home, Sealy. You know, I saw a ghost? A chost? Sealy's not listening to you. Nope. Okay. And if I go back in... Okay, well, for now she's hanging out and praying. Presumably she locked her home. This does raise the definitely a bigger chance of her getting murdered, I think. You see Rudy walking distractedly around the estate. Seems very agitated. I doubt we can break into Sealy's house. And it doesn't seem like certainly not the ladylike thing to do. No reason for this to suddenly be open, and it's not. You try opening the door, but discover it's locked. That's no big surprise. I suppose if Sealy gets murdered and we find her body this time... Yeah. A strange hedge garden, but to what end? Nobody knows. Hold on a goddamn second. No. I was like, what if there's just a hole on the other side? One side for the shaft, one side for the crank. Doesn't appear that that's the case. Is this the moment? Is it time for the bucket to shine? Climb into the bucket, Laura. What? You crazy? The crank down is recognized for the handle here. That's interesting. It's not that interesting. Another way to say it, I guess, is that it's not interesting at all. Okay. Rudy, walking the grounds, agitated. That seems to be true for 1 o'clock and 1:15. My notes for Lillian say crazy with dolls. But also that this is the time when her suitcase becomes unlocked. Clarence, as we know, or I guess, you may or may not know this. Clarence should be dead now. Poor fella. All he wanted to do was extort an old man and gamble recklessly on horses. Wait. Seems too simple. No. If there is a key to... Well, yeah, right. I will just be given the skeleton key when it's climax time. Uh-oh. A bad feeling comes over you as you look around this room. The small desk chair has been knocked over. And you see a fresh blood stain on the rug. And Jeeves is not going to be able to clean that up. Examine the chair. During some sort of struggle, the desk chair has been overturned. Don't see why the monocle would matter here. No. You see a fresh blood stain. Okay. Look at the journal. Notebook. Time advances. You notice that just one page has been written on, and today's date, May 27th, 1925, heads it. Curiously, you read the rest. It says, I'm terribly apprehensive about what's going on here. I can't say why. Just call it a bad sensation, but as the evening wears on, I'm feeling more and more alone. Where's Wilbur? Where's Gertie? Where's Gloria? Could they have left without me? Is there a way to leave the island I'm not aware of? Still, the spine-tingling feeling won't leave, and frankly, I'm scared. Nope. Suitcases are locked. You notice a diary lying on top Lillian's clothes. Read it. Take it. Examine it. Read it. Upon opening the diary, you casually notice an ink-stained fingerprint inside the front cover. Curiously, and a bit guiltily, you scan through the rest of the diary's pages. Nothing much captures your interest until you come to the latest entry. It reads, May 27th. That's today. Dear Diary, I'm just so terribly upset. I can't believe Uncle Henry would do this to me. I thought I was like a daughter to him. Now I find out I'm no more important than any of those other creeps. They can't get away with it, you know. They just can't. Between you and me, Diary, you know they have to go. Because of what they all did to me, I know they were all in it together to have me put away in the nut house. I was never crazy. They just wanted me out of the picture. Now they have to. That's it. Passage ends abruptly. What could Lillian mean by all this? Look at fingerprint with monocle. Which ones would you like to examine? The ones on the record or the diary? Can I just say diary? No. Look at fingerprints. Look at diary with monocle. Upon opening the diary, you see a small, inky fingerprint inside the front cover. You examine it more closely with Wilbur's monocle. Okay. Compare fingerprints. No. Look at record with monocle. Well, it does seem like those fingerprints might match up. The top one of the two sets. I don't know. It's 11:30 right now, right? 1:30, I think. Maybe it's 1:15. I'll know more later. Hey, Clarence isn't dead in here, it seems. Well, I mean, that's very good then. Oh, there's the Colonel. Just being a miserable old jerk. If I watch him alone, will he just look through eyes? You see the Colonel sitting in his room. No one's going to be in here. Nothing of interest. Okay. Still no body. Check the secret passage just in case. Oh. Look at the ground. Look at boot print with the monocle. What are you talking about? Obnoxious. However, boot print probably means Lillian. And are we sure that Clarence's body isn't in here? Good heavens. Well, is Rudy still wandering the grounds? Is Celie still in the church? If she's still in the church, is she alive? Is there anything else going on? I should look in the secret passages just in case. Four crackers. Sleep tight, my pretties. In the basement. The basement. Yes, I get it. The bodies are in the basement. But how does one enter the basement? So there's an underpass below the stairs? No. Or if there is, it's not just going to easily reveal itself to me. Anything going on in here? No. Move the mirror. Nothing. We go outside through the study and the library. Oh, someone broke the glass case and took the silver derringer. And someone's walking around outside. Is it Rudy? It certainly looks like someone wearing a lady's hat, but. Hey, Lillian. You in here a murdering? We have a visitor, darlings. Sit up straight now. Okay. Look at that chalkboard. 7 tally marks. So this time around, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. If Clarence is indeed dead, then she's made 7 tally marks, which would then make her the person who killed almost everybody. If she did it. Who knows? How's Lillian looking? Lillian is acting very bizarre. Not only is she playing with the old dolls, but she's treating them as if they were alive. She barely notices you. Rockabye, baby. You got that dagger on you? No. She's in her fantasy world with her dolls and her weird alien wizard poster thing. Seems a little anachronistic. Oh, Seely. Nope. She's here. She's alive. No ghost. All right. No ghost. Seely's alive. I think my next big move is just to go. Oh, maybe Clarence's body is there now. Yeah, I think we'll hit the ending. I'm just gonna pick up the pace, get to the ending again, see whatever might work out differently, and we'll reload a little bit earlier than now when the time comes. Throw way down into the well. Or is that just a, think about adventure games type red herring? Well, hopefully Clarence is good and murdered now. No. The Colonel has left his room again. Because he's dead in a different place. This is horrendous. Now it's Clarence. Someone has killed him by stabbing him in the chest with a dagger. If only there were a way to flee this terrible island. If only. Yeah. All right, boom. Good thing they got a Murphy bed here. Look at Clarence. It's readily apparent that Clarence was stabbed with a dagger. Yes. That really does come through. Okay. Take a look. Shaken terribly, you search Clarence's body and establish he did indeed die by a stab wound to the chest. Upon further searching, you discover a pack of matches in Clarence's coat pocket. Thinking it might come in handy, you take it with you. Ding ding. Examine the dagger. A pearl-handed dagger is stuck in Clarence's chest. Examine dagger with monocle. Nope. Just look at Clarence in general with the monocle. Yeah. Don't need to look that closely. He was stabbed in the heart with a dagger. The Colonel's on the move. Rudy's been on the move, but all outside. Nobody's in the bathroom. Okay. I said I wanted to see if I could check out the crypt using the lantern. I feel like the lantern is probably for when you get to the basement. It feels like you would get to the basement, it'd be all dark, and then you get the jump scare moment. You light the lantern, it lights up, All the corpses are down there. Right? Find out if Seely's still hanging on. She is. Maybe she does survive. I don't know. I've got a much worse feeling now that I realized, like, for example, that Ethel had been dead last time for a long time and I didn't find any evidence of it. Using a match, you carefully light the lantern. It glows brightly. Nope. If I say search, no. Okay. But is this one just open now? No. Okay. I wonder if the crank can be attached to the controls in the elevator. Certainly, the description did not imply that that would be a thing. Okay. So, what advances time here now? Don't have anything written down that suggests a way to narrow the possibilities. I guess I should keep checking damn secret passages. Check one. Assume that it, the message holds true for all of them. Take another look in Fifi's room, I guess. I guess you know what I should have done. Probably there's nothing, but there's nothing there for you. No. So you would think that maybe Fifi has a key to Jeeves' room hidden somewhere. Jeeves is dead, so no one's cleaning up the other murders anymore. Verify that the corpse has been removed, as keeps happening. So, what if Rudy hasn't committed any murders? But just at the end, he realizes everyone else has been murdered. There it is. Okay. On to Act 8. Let's see this through. Can I spy on him while he does this? No. People like to be included. Colonel's just here. Look at him. The old colonel seems uncharacteristically in an agitated state. His eyes dart around the room and he fidgets in his wheelchair. Frowning. He watches you suspiciously. Interesting. But he's just sitting there. He's agitated. Rudy's gone. Locked. Okay. So it feels like there must be keys that I have failed to find. All right. To the chapel. Oh, it's the attacks on you, British, that are weirdly glitching out. All right. Check all our locations out here one last time. Lillian's not in here. That's strange. Wherever could she be? Seely's not here. Does that mean she's dead? Probably not. I mean, maybe, actually. It could. The Sasquatch killed almost everybody until Seely finally wrestled it down. What if now Seely's dead in here? No. Found more, like, definitely found a lot more on my second time through. I feel like I found more. Maybe, like, I'll get the actual stats and it'll be like, oh, I added 2 things into the notebook. Yet, like, obviously, whether it's a full third playthrough or just me loading back to the middle of this one and working harder, there's clearly more to be teased out here. Look at the lock. No. I meant the cellar. It's locked. Which is what I expected. Where's Beauregard at this time? Does not feel like I just don't want to think that the game would kill the dog. Just for thoroughness' sake. Go away! Alright, so far so good. On the, keep Seely alive front. Okay. Lillian! Oh! Oh, Cedric. Yeah, go there at 1:45. Oh no! Someone has shot Lillian to death in the hedge garden. Quite afraid now. You fear greatly for your own life. Okay. Look at the gun. You don't have it. Take the gun. So you stoop to pick up the Derringer. Your eye happens to fall upon a bullet not far from Lillian's hand. Indeed. Let's take it. You're not close enough. Oh, come on. You're not close enough. Oh, for the love of God. There we go. Okay. Look at the bullet with monocle. Yeah, whatever. Look at the bullet. Load the gun. Load the bun. Load the gun. Ch-ch. Look at the gun. Look at the gun with the monocle. Nothing. Look at Lillian. She's been shot in the chest. Oh, this is strange. For some reason, Lillian is dressed in an old army officer's cape, hat, gloves, and boots. Look at her boots. The large, muddy-soled army boots look like the old-fashioned kind of 30 years ago. You see a distinct insignia on the boot heels. Look at heels? After brushing away some of the dried mud, you can plainly see an insignia of an eagle on the boot heels. Oh, that's right. Look at the cape. It's a cape. Look at the hat. Look at the coat. Wait, what's the other thing? Cape, hat, gloves. Look at the gloves. The cracked and worn leather gloves look very old. You notice dried blood stains on them. Look closely. No. Search Lillian. Let's find that skeleton key. With trembling hands, you examine Lillian's body and see the horrible gunshot wound to her chest area. What's this? You suddenly find a skeleton key in a pocket of the old army cape. Since it may be useful, you take it with you. I think it's actually 2:15 right now, but that's fine. Because we're not being thorough right now. We're getting it done so I can wrap up fairly soon. Get away from my door. I ain't coming near it. That's right, Seeley. You're goddamn right about that. Okay. Can we use the skeleton key to unlock the cellar? No, there is a cellar key. Where is it? I don't know. Maybe next week I'll find it. You hear scuffling upstairs. Okay. Hold on. Is the elevator available? No, hold on. Hold on. Back to here. But I have the gun and I've loaded it and I've done all this stuff. Yeah, loaded gun. Okay. Before I go into the house and start the endgame scenario timer, as it were, let's check the bucket one more time. It's nothing. There's nothing. Nope. And you know, I'm not all that torn up that we didn't get, you discover the waterlogged head of Beauregard. Go see if they shot the horse. Oh, here's Beau. There's a note on the door. Beauregard seems agitated about something. Maybe you should investigate. Investigate. Look at the wall. See nothing special. Yeah. Look at the note. You read the note. It says, "Meet me in the hedge garden." Oh no! A sudden gust of wind blows away the note. Are you fucking kidding me? I think it's just gone. She's gone. All right. Well, hey, we've discovered more about the final act even in haste. Will Beauregard still be there, fretting over the door? Yes. Well, what's he doing exactly? Look at the wall. Look at the cracks. Talk to Beauregard. You try to calm the dog with soft words, but it doesn't do any good. If I open the door, does he follow me in? No. I hear the scuffling. You hear scuffling further upstairs. Well, hold on. the elevator available? No. Wait, what's this? Look. Yes. Look at the ground, Laura. Someone's left the doctor's bag open on the floor. Look in bag. You're not close enough. You can do this, Laura. The contents are a mess inside. It looks as if someone has hurriedly searched through it. All right. I might run out of time here and miss the climax, but that's fine. If it comes to that, we can just reload and then we'll finish up. But hold on. Check the secret passages one last time. Okay. Wait. No. Rudy did not leave his suitcase unlocked in his rush to get upstairs and kill the colonel. Yeah. Unlock the door. Open the door. She enters. Okay, no, so this is some different door. Oh no! Colonel Dijon and Rudy are in the midst of a fierce struggle. You see a hypodermic needle between them, and it's impossible to tell which of the two men is the aggressor. This is indeed a dangerous situation. Let's do it. Shoot Rudy, Laura. You have shot and wounded Rudy. She didn't even need two hands on the gun. She was confident. The colonel comes over. Oh, thank you, young lady, Laura. That was some mighty fine shooting for a gal. I guess I owe you my life, don't I? Why, my nephew was trying to kill me with poison and one of Wilbur's hypodermic needles. Oh, it's terrible what's been happening here tonight. I invite everyone up here to tell them about my will, and they end up killing each other over it. Truthfully, I was keeping my eye on everyone in the house tonight, or so I thought. I didn't see any of the murders. It wasn't until I met Rudy in my bedroom that he told me what had happened. I couldn't believe it. Had told me my niece, Lillian, had finally gone totally berserk, and out of her crazy jealousy was killing everyone that she thought had gotten between her and me. Gee, I wonder if you contributed to that, Colonel. She managed to just about murder everyone, till she attacked Rudy with my derringer. Rudy managed to wrestle the gun from her and, in self-defense, killed her instead. My nephew, seeing as everybody else was already dead, decided to finish the job by killing me with a hypodermic needle, say I died of a heart attack induced by the terrible deeds my niece had done. Can't stand much more of this. Laura, please find Celia. Tell her to fire one of the signal rockets we use to summon help in emergencies. The next morning, I somehow knew one day Rudy would run afoul of the law. Damn it. Can I get the... You've been a loyal servant to me for many years, Celia, and both Beauregard and Blaze trust you. I've decided to leave all my money to you, provided you take care of my animals for the rest of their lives. Of course, sir. I can't think of nothing else I'd rather do. Thank you, sir. You know, Beauregard, people are funny creatures. The greedy, the rude, the selfish. That's why we live way out here, to get away from them. But we couldn't get away from them completely, could we, boy? You invited them all. No, not completely. But everything will be okay now. And you can't maybe toss like 10% to Laura? Alright, I was amateur gumshoe, but pretty close to season PI last time. Good. Okay, yep. It's really like, it's find the basement. Would you like to review your notes? Yes, because I'm intrigued to know what I might have filled out better. Befriended Sealy, the only one you can befriend. Took food item from. Oh, and that's a completed one. Took useful item from the body of. Is this exactly where I was last time? Yes, but it's complete, so that's fine. People found murdered. Everyone. Right? Because people found murdered is complete. Yep. Found secret entrance exit in dining room, hallways, billiard room, library, parlor, other rooms, my room, Colonel's room. Yep. I'm still working on it. I mean, I think that's the basement. Objects used more than once. Crackers, diary, oil can, monocle. So, I added diary and oil can there to objects used more than once. I don't remember using the oil can twice, but okay. Let's add those. I'll put them in italics so I know that they're the second time ones. But there's more. Can't be the Derringer because we only have one bullet. Took object from suitcase of Lillian. We're never going to get in the other suitcases. That's useful to remember. Right, the armor. Thank you, Cedric. Valuable object taken. Nope. Didn't find a religious article. Okay. Boot print. Sleeping powder bottle. Handkerchief. Rolling pin. Fireplace poker. Broken record. Glass. Decanter. And diary. Still incomplete. I don't think I figured out any new gambling habits. No, I did. I figured out that Dr. Wilbur obviously was involved with Clarence in his scheme. Sweet. That's complete now. Did I also... Yep. I connected Dr. Wilbur to the embezzlement scheme. And that one's complete. People with a telltale scent. Now I've got them all. I don't know why I wouldn't have had these before. I don't know how I got them now, but cool. Colonel, Lillian, Clarence, and Fifi. I mean, the scents are cigar smoke and perfume, right? Why wouldn't Gloria have a distinctive scent? Person refusing to sell something was Ethel. We knew that. People romantically involved. Yeah, that one's complete. Gloria wanted to end an affair. She has an embarrassing medical history. Objects that change location. It's complete now. The cognac decanter. And the doctor bag. Because I didn't go back into the Colonel's room at the end last time to find the basic idea of what's going on. Ultimate location of both most bodies, I think, is the next one. Incomplete. I mean, we know it's the basement. People who struggled physically. Yeah, that's one of the ones I had complete. Person with a surprising secret. Incomplete. That's weird because I had Lillian last time and it was still incomplete. Apparently it claims I didn't find out Lillian's secret. I don't know. I know Lillian used a secret passage. I assume because of the boot print? Or the perfume? I know that Lillian murdered most of the people. So that isn't quite what I thought was going on. So, okay, it wasn't a everybody murders everybody. It was a single killer. Just at the end, you're not doing anything about the killer. The killer's been killed. Got my first visit to the attic time improved. And that's it. Okay. That's all for today. We got one more week, I'm thinking, of the Colonel's Bequest, because next week I can put in some time trying to figure it out. And then, failing that, plead for gentle nudges. And we will get there one way or another. Yeah. This is a really cool game. You know, it's a flawed gem, but it's a gem. It's cool. I like it. I'm really enjoying it. So one more week. Episode 6 will be the one where hopefully we break it all open. And double, hopefully, through my ingenuity. But failing that, through my appeals for sympathy and advice and guidance. Okay. So what's coming up? Well, I'll do at least one extra stream in the late afternoon and or evening sometime this week, I think. While I'm on strike. While I'm out on the picket lines. But what's definitely happening is on Wednesday. Most likely on Wednesday. There's a reason it might have to get shifted or canceled this week. But hopefully Gregory will be here. We'll be doing Greg and James Beat 'em Up. We have 5 games left on the list of every Beat 'em Up released through 1993. We are so close to finishing the project. So like 2 more sessions, we can get it done. So hopefully we have one of those this week. Then we can finish it just as September arrives. We'll see. We'll see. On Friday, it'll be Friday Night Frosthaven. And then next weekend, my current plan is to start Suikoden 2, Denouement Unification War on Saturday, and return to Dijon Manor on Sunday. I'll let you know if any of that changes. We got a Discord, if anyone's interested. There's a join link in the about. We chat now and then about whatever. Stimpinski tells us when he gets a new board game haul. Oh my goodness. That sounds like a slog of a battle, British. Thank you for coming to the stream. It's always a pleasure to have you. And you know, I make announcements because as you might have already picked up if you're new here, if you stuck around from the raiding party, I am, it's not unheard of for me to abruptly change my mind about things, need to announce things. So you can join the Discord. We'd love to have you. And yeah, before you know it, it'll be next Sunday. We're going to see if we can crack this case wide open and truly become a super sleuth. Nice. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when I just got to believe that we're getting down into that basement, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.